All right, y'all. Anyways, we're back. Something was going on with the live, so I ended it and started it over. Um, so essentially, I'm gonna give y'all a recap real quick, and then we're just gonna go ahead and continue where we left off. Hey, can y'all hear me good and can y'all see me good before we get started? Awesome. And you can hear me good? Awesome. Woo, yay. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and give a recap first, and then we'll continue where we left off. I haven't done any more shuffles. We still have the devil at the bottom of the spread here. So we started off with the 5 of Pentacles here. I did a 3-card spread. We started off with the 5 of Pentacles, the 5 of Wands, and the 7 of Wands, okay? And what that let me know, I was channeling and picking up on like 2 different timelines. So like for this first row, we got the 5 of Pentacles, the 5 of Wands, and the 7 of Wands here. A lot of my collective is in this energy of like leaving things out in the code and blocking off chaotic energies right now. Anything that has been coming your way, that has been bringing you chaos, confusion, drama, you are like blocking it off. You are not allowing yourself to be accessible to those entities and individuals, environment, situations, and circumstances here. I'm also picking up with this 5 of Pentacles with the 5 of Wands and the 7 of Wands energy. Some of y'all could have recently, or if you haven't already, you're getting ready to leave something out in the code that has been bringing you a lot of chaos, okay? And when you leave this out in the code, it will no longer be accessible to you, okay? It's almost like a final ending, like you are exclusively being protected in the higher realms from these type of entities and agents that want to come in and bring you chaos. Some of these people, entities, energies, environment, situations have put you in situations where you felt left out in the cold, where you felt a lot of internal conflict within, and you could have even felt blocked from like your intuition or like from connecting to source at some point in time. You could have felt like you were left out in a cold and in a very dark place, okay? On the next row, we have the 6 of Wands clarifying the 5 of Pentacles. We have Temperance clarifying the 5 of Wands, and we have the Hermit clarifying the 7 of Wands here. And what that's telling me is that you're going to have victory and success over the people and environments, whatever it is that you had to leave out in the code, and that feeling of being left out in the code, you're going to triumph over it. You will have victory and success because you are in the position now where you are healing from conflict and drama. You are healing, and in this separation, you are, you know what I'm saying, divinely being guided to focus on yourself and to do the healing work that is necessary. With the Temperance being out here on the board, clarifying the 5 of Wands, this whatever this was that you left out in the code and the experience that that you've had surrounding these conflicts and feeling blocked and left out in the code, or even having to leave people, situations, and circumstances that brought this energy in, because some of these people and some of these environments that you guys was connected to was actually blocking you from spirit, was blocking you from connecting to your higher self and from following your internal light. Okay, like a lot of these situations are surrounding like being attached to like vampiric energies that was like siphoning, you know what I'm saying, your light from you in some type of way. Like a lot of them was wanting to snuff out your spirit. Okay, let's just be clear. It was really blocking your blessings and blocking you and like holding you hostage, having you in a state of confusion and not being able to see things clearly for what they were. 1111 is on the board right now, is on the clock right now. This could be having to deal with a Sagittarius, a Scorpio, a Virgo, a Gemini. I'm also picking up on Pisces, Cancer, and Aries energy right now. Okay? Thank you for the daily heart. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 1.8K heart taps as well. Moving forward, some of y'all, okay, so like I said before, you're healing from conflict, and it's not just internal conflict, it's external conflict as well. And a lot of you are going through like some type of death here. Okay, this is gonna be having to deal with, like, for an example, and this death card is on the third row, y'all, but I was just guided to pick it up because it is clarifying the Temperance card. Like, this is dealing with finality, because what's happening is, as you're doing your healing work, as you're in this hermit energy, okay, where you're not allowing yourself to be accessible, spirit is not allowing you to be accessible to certain people with the Seven of Wands here, and to certain things. It's taking you through, like, you know, a dark night of the soul, or even like an enlightenment. You've been receiving a hell of a lot of messages right now, on this side of the realm and on the other side of the realm, especially in your dream state for those of you who are vivid dreamers, okay? Heavy crown loads right now. Heavy crown loads right now. And what's happening is, with the page of Wands coming out, now I'm on the third row, y'all. With the Page of Wands being here, clarifying the Six of Wands. Go. Okay, yeah, bring that. Thank y'all. You are being guided to reevaluate what you really want to do in life and who you really want to be. What is your dreams? What are your talents? What gifts do you naturally have? What is it that you want to develop in yourself? Okay? Because that Page of Wands is being clarified by the Two of Swords, which tells me that you're at a crossroads. Okay, you can either keep going down the road that you've been going down, which has led to unfulfillment, or you can decide to take a different direction and go down the road less traveled. This is definitely going to be, you know, something that requires for you to do things differently, and it may not necessarily be comfortable, or it may start off very small, okay? Like you know, if this is something like, for example, a lot of you are going to be guided to use your natural talents and gifts, especially when it comes to the gifts that you've been given by Spirit, because you're going to be tapping into talents and spiritual gifts that have been laying dormant in you for years. Okay, things that you used to do as a child, things that you used to do in a past life, gifts that you've received and inherited from your ancestors that was dormant in you or blocked. Those things are getting ready to be let open to you. I'm actually channeling right now, y'all, because I'm not even pulling cards right now. What I'm specifically seeing is like the floodgates being let open. I'm seeing like a dam, and I'm seeing where this dam is like holding a hell of a lot of water, and all of a sudden it just bursts open. There's some type of explosion here, and it floods everything. Okay, it's a continual and immense pouring out Okay, a lot of y'all in my collective are very, there's a lot of layers to you, and there's a lot of hidden layers to you. And those are the things that you're going to be tapping into. Some of y'all have the gift of mediumship, divination, tarot reading. Some of y'all are in the void already. Some of y'all have connections to Oya. I'm also picking up on Yemaya, and I'm which is kind of ironic, given the history between them two. Some of y'all have a lot of ancestors that have some of y'all have a lot of people that have already crossed over. Some of y'all are reconnecting to your lineage, legacy, and ancestors. Some of y'all work in the shadows, and some of y'all work in the light. And some of y'all work on both sides. Some of y'all are crosswalkers as well. Thank you for the gifts. Some of y'all have hidden artistic talent. Some of y'all can sing, draw, are poets, are authors. Whatever this is that you are at a crossroads about, you're going to have to make a decision though. And it is going to require for you to make some form of sacrifice, okay? Or like ending or deading some part of yourself. Okay, what are you willing to release in order to have great success and to level up? Be mindful that whatever it is, like, look, you're gonna have to release this. Whatever these addictions are, thank you so much for the gifts. Whatever this is that's been keeping you entrapped, thank you. Thank you for joining my live. Hey, Noble. Whatever this devil is right here, you're going to have to release it. Okay, that's what Spirit is calling you to release. There is some form of attachment, addiction, something that has been keeping you bound or binded, something that could have even had you subjugated. Your ancestors are stepping in, and Spirit is guiding you to do the healing work to release it, because you've been fighting it for a long time. And now is the time that you're going to have to make a decision. Either you're going to continue to allow this to control you and to subdue you, or you're going to make a decision to go a different direction. And you're being advised to make that decision at this crossroads, to go that direction and to leave this behind. This could be fear of coming out and being who you really are. Fear, some of y'all can even be afraid of your own power and your own abilities and strengths and gifts. Okay? Exactly. Okay, solar return. Woo woo, happy solar return, baby. And this is heavy Capricorn energy. Heavy Capricorn energy, okay? As I said before in the before I had to, you're welcome, sis. As I said before in the previous live, before I had to end, before I had to end it because of connection issues. Y'all are getting clarity. And some of y'all are going through, whether you realize it or not, some of y'all are actually going through an initiation process. So pay attention to your dreams and pay attention to what's going on the other side as well as on this side. You could be receiving guidance or messages from like an Aquarius, from a Leo or another fire sign, or somebody with heavy Scorpio placements and Sagittarius energies. But there's something that you are going to get clarity on, and you're going to speak your truth about. A lot of y'all are in this energy of getting clarity about the things that you want and the things that you don't want, and you're standing in your truth and in your inner authority and your external authority, and it's showing. You're even getting clarity on what you no longer want, with the Four of Cups being here, clarifying this Knight of Cups. And this could even have to do with, because some of y'all are in this state of doing like a lot of, oh y'all, give me a moment, y'all. This energy is so heavy right now. Oh my gosh. Give me 1 second. One moment, y'all. I keep getting hot. I need to get rebalanced, y'all. And I feel short of breath. Some of y'all got some heavy energies and some heavy entities, like some really powerful entities that want to work with y'all and that want to work through y'all. Oh. Now I feel cold. I feel chills. Listen. These are extremely powerful entities. These are heavily elevated entities and deities. Y'all, if y'all are gonna work with these energies and entities, y'all have got to hone in on your discipline. You have got to be disciplined when working with these authorities, because they are not to be played with. And they absolutely want y'all. They want to work with y'all. They want to work through y'all. Some of y'all are conduits to the, especially when it comes to the divine source. Like, I'm picking up like y'all have access to both the dark side and the light side, especially when it pertains to the galactic center and the reflective. You channel messages and it is as it is. Things are really getting ready to heat up for y'all. Something is going to combust. I don't know what this is, y'all. Some of y'all are going to blow up. Like when y'all, okay, at this crossroads, if y'all make the decision to go the way in which you have been hesitant to go and do something different, especially when it pertains to doing something that you've never done before, even something that you really may be afraid of doing, or you may have some concerns around doing, as long as you are disciplined, y'all may end up having to relinquish some of your sovereignty for this. It's definitely some form of initiation that is here for you if you decide to take it up. And it could really lead to stardom. It could lead to some form of stardom, or like some form of like immense glow up. And this is something that cannot be ignored, whether it's on the spiritual side, the esoteric, or even in your waking life. And for others of you who are, some of y'all could have been in, I'm picking up on something else, and I got to say this, y'all. Some of y'all were not preferred. Some of y'all were treated as though like you weren't good enough, or was made to feel like nobody would want y'all, or you would never have like this success, or be like, get out of this position that you're in, especially with that devil card that was out earlier. It was like y'all were invisible, unseen, unheard, and oftentimes misunderstood, isolated, ostracized, even put in positions to be embarrassed, you know what I'm saying, and made out to be an example for others, because you are immensely powerful, and people in high places in authority in authority actually fear your power, because they can sense it and pick it up. Your presence, your mere presence shifts energy. It shifts and changes. Oh, this is so heavy, y'all. This is heavy. It shifts and it changes energy, and some people don't want this. Some people and some things do not want things to be shifted. And this is where this chaotic energy and this control comes in, where things try to subdue you and take you off your course. It is immensely important for you to do the work, especially when it pertains to your heart chakra. Finish the job. I'm hearing leave no stones unturned, because the way in which you will be going, you will be led into some dark places where you will be a light that cannot be snuffed out, and you will be a guide unto other people to the way forward and into a place of renewal and healing, so that they can take up their light and be rekindled to go down the path that they are supposed to go down. I'm seeing the valley of dry bones. I'm seeing the breath of life being restored into the dead. And I am seeing truth come out and embolden. I'm seeing your voice being utilized, your words being a weapon of both life and mass destruction. You have the power to my throat hurts. Some of y'all's voice could have been snuffed out, or you could have had issues with communication, issues with your throat chakra in some form of way, where when you spoke you were misunderstood, where you silenced yourself, or where you were silenced. Some of your ancestors could have been silenced. I'm picking up where you could have silenced yourself or allowed yourself to be silenced for fear and safety, for reasons surrounding stability and security. Could have allowed yourself to be made small so that others could shine and be big, not wanting to outshine figures of authority or people in prominent positions. Those days are over. Wow. Yes. There is an ending to this where you were once the one who was not preferred, the oddball out, being labeled as weird, being labeled as things that were derogatory. God, there's so much going on right now. This has a lot to do with your sacral chakra. This has a lot to do with your sacral chakra and your solar plexus. Y'all give me a moment because I ain't never channeled like this. Good Lord. I'm being guided to move to another deck. The shadows. Shadows work. Give me 1 second, y'all. Sarah! Yeah, I'm give me 1 second, y'all. Sarah! Never mind. Give me 1 second, y'all. Yeah, this energy is so heavy. If y'all can feel how my body feels right now. Some of y'all could have been sick or having symptoms that felt like flu, cold, or sinus infection. And I'm being told that that's not really what it was. It's something that was required because you are being elevated to a higher space, and you were doing a lot of releasing and purging in order to access these higher realms and higher gifts. Because it's requiring for you to go deeper and even darker in order to gain access to the light. And this is like elevated light. Okay, places that have not been tapped into yet. Whew. Y'all. Wow. Okay. Wow, this is powerful, y'all. Okay, so let's get some of this. Yeah, I'm gonna try to hang in there, but y'all, I ain't never felt nothing like this in my body. Ever. I usually make people feel this way, but good Lord. My collective is not nothing to play with. Y'all. Forgotten needs. You are at and look, didn't I say control earlier? Control loop. This crossroads is where you're having to make a decision. And it is surrounding things that you have neglected, suppressed, and things that are yearning for care. having to deal with your ancestors, having to do with your life path destiny, your soul urge, and your calling. Okay? It is requiring for you to relinquish control, okay? And binding yourself to the things that are familiar and comfortable to you, as well as sacrifice those relationships and people who have tried to control you and tried to limit you. Because as you are purging these things, there is something else that is going to come in. And this is required for you to get to the other side, because the power that you're wanting access to is going to require immense discipline, y'all. Because these governing authorities and principalities are highly elevated. These are things that other people may not even have access to and be able to work with, y'all. To be honest with y'all. Y'all have some very powerful ancestors on the other side who these deities know, because they have worked through them and they have worked with them before. If you are disciplined moving forward, if you make the decision to go down this path, you will not have to fear chaos. Some of y'all will even be agents of chaos in order to shift energy that needs to be shifted out, because these entities will work through you in such a way. I'm seeing high level magic, even dealing with chaos magic, because through chaos anything can happen, anything can come forward, and anything can be released. And sometimes that's what it takes to create immense shifts. These monitoring spirits and these naysayers, y'all give me 1 second, I need to recalibrate. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Some of y'all are going to see things take shift that are going to begin in a subtle way, okay? It's going to happen in the subtle bodies, and it's going to manifest small, and then it's going to grow and become powerful. These things can take shift as far as like, I'm gonna give y'all an example. Some of y'all could be dominant in your right hand. You're gonna find yourself becoming dominant in your left hand. And even for those of you, some of y'all are going to become ambidextrous, because you are a masterful magician, and the work that you will be doing will be on the right hand and on the left hand. And for those of you who know, you know. Yes. And y'all forgive me if I'm not paying attention to the chat right now. It's because I got so much energy that's going on through my body right now and channeling. I'm having to regulate. Oh, hold on, yeah. I'm having to regulate. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for understanding. Now I got hiccups. See what I'm saying? So much going on. These monitoring spirits, naysaying spirits, they're going to be silenced if they haven't already, because they've been keeping tabs and they have been reporting back and they have been speaking things over your life and even casting. And some of them have been able to take effect on you and through your life, sabotaging things that you were supposed to receive. And these are the times in which you had experienced areas in your life where your needs were not being met, where you were forgotten or left behind in some type of manner, and even areas where you had expectations that were not met. So for an example, you could have been working hard and pouring your energy into things and not receiving the rewards that you deserved, or even when the rewards came in, they were not what they were supposed to be. They did not meet the expectation, and they were not equivalent to the work and energy that you put out. And this was because you weren't covered fully at the time in some type of way. So they were able to access you and limit you and bind you and control the outcome, manipulate the outcome and keep you held hostage and present setbacks and delays and detours and distractions. Okay? They were able to send people in situations and put you in environments that allowed these things to take place. Those cycles are over with, y'all. That is the area of where the Five of Pentacles in this Death card and the Five of Wands and the Seven of Wands comes in, because that paradigm is over. Y'all, give me a second, y'all. Let's move forward. Let us move forward. Okay. All right. Let's move forward. These are the areas in your life where you're going to see yourself glow up, where you are going to burst forward and rise up immensely powerful. We have 2 that came out, y'all. The areas of your life where you felt like you were a victim, or where people tried to make you go into victimhood, you're going to rise up. You no longer have to feel helpless. And you're no longer going to, because you were able to get clarity. Remember, you're receiving this divine clarity of what needs to be cut off and let go. And you're also receiving the strength and the permission to speak your truth, and no longer fear what other people have to say or how it will impact other people, because the things that you are saying are coming from the divine, direct from source. It's not even from you, okay? So you no longer have to worry about like people projecting on you and it taking effect, okay? The blame is no longer external or internal. Where you were manipulated and controlled into viewing yourself as being helpless and viewing yourself as being powerless and subjected to abusive authorities, that is no longer your storyline. That's not the timeline that you're in. Some of y'all could have had people or even parents that were abusive in some type of way, or authority figures that were abusive, whether this was at work, whether this was in your personal life, in your family lineage. Some of y'all ancestors could have had access to higher authority power, and they abused that power and suffered as a result. And it could have even impacted your family lineage in some type of way. Yeah, my ears are popping. Oh my gosh, 1 second. Some of y'all are going to be taking a different road. Or even like, it's going to be like this. Some of y'all are going to choose this way, but it's going to lead to victory and success for y'all, because y'all will be taking this road down the same path as your ancestors, or up the same path as your ancestors did, but you are going to be rebelling against the ways that they did. So like, this is dealing with epigenetics. So this could have been like an epigenetic code of abuse of authority and power, because of having profound access to gifts and hidden things. And you could be gifted, you could be getting ready to receive the opportunity to take this same road. And if you choose to do so, it's going to require for you to hone in on your discipline, because your ancestors or somebody in your family lineage could have rebelled against something in a way that could have cost them more than what they were willing to pay. I'm just going to say it like that. For some of you, this ancestor could have even been you, and you could have been yourself. It could have been you, where this had taken place in a different timeline, and now you're being gifted a second opportunity, like a clean slate, to do it again, but to do it in a way where it will bring healing and restoration to your family lineage. And this is why it's important for you to be disciplined. I'm also picking up that for those of you where this may not necessarily have been you in a past life, this could have just simply been another ancestor. You are going to be the end of, I'm hearing like you are the curse breaker, you're the hex breaker, you are the divine healer. In the family lineage, you have the means to go to the same places and rectify what was wrong. And this is why this sword, this divine sword and shield is so important, y'all, because your rebellion is going to look different from whoever this was before or whatever this was before, because you're not going to be choosing, and you're not going to be making the same decisions that got you or your lineage and family in this place. It's like you're going to be making wise, wholesome, and disciplined decisions, and you're going to be rebelling from that control cycle, that cycle of being obsessed with power and control and abuse of authority, or whatever this was. Y'all, it is so much power right now that is like, I feel this all throughout my hands and my body right now, y'all. Lashing out is at the bottom of the spread. Thank you, sis. I know it's been a little minute since I done went live. Some of y'all could have had immense anger issues, or even in your family lineage could have had issues with anger management. Could have been very chaotic and disruptive within the bloodline. This could have also been something to the notion of where you could have had like internal conflict with anger. Some of y'all ancestors could have definitely suffered from like cancer, high blood pressure, diabetes. I'm also seeing mental illness. This could even be you, or spirit has showed you at some point through your social network or through people who mirror you in your waking life that if you did not make a decision to do things differently, that you could end up this way, that you could mess around and pass this cycle down, because these type of elements were passed down through your lineage because they didn't choose to do things differently. And they didn't choose to heal. Some of you have been able to avoid this because you were open and receptive to wisdom and divine guidance and authority, and you applied yourself to discipline, and it preserved you and it kept you throughout your path. And if you haven't already, you will do so. Some of you who have these elements, you will heal yourself through applying yourself to wisdom and discipline. So whatever it is that's going on in your mental, whatever it is that's going in your subtle bodies and in your physical body, whatever imbalances, you have the power and authority to heal them. But it does require for you to be disciplined and for you to listen to wisdom and to follow wisdom, guidance, and instruction, especially when you are tapping into the divine. I'm picking up on whatever it is that the divine channels through you to speak it, whatever it is that your intuition tells you to do it. Do not doubt it, do not hesitate, do not delay, do it now. And do it with precision. Oh my gosh, y'all, my ears. Some of y'all may be visiting a gravesite very soon. Some of y'all may be touring and traveling very soon. Some of y'all have unfinished business related to the grave. Some of y'all have ancestors that are expecting for y'all to visit them. Some of y'all have not heard from certain ancestors in a very long time. And they do have messages for y'all. They have been waiting for you to get to a certain level so that they can unveil and reveal things to you, and so that you can hear them clearly, with clarity and with precision and concise communication. Because some of y'all, like I said, have been having throat chakra issues as well. And it could have even manifested on this side to where, like, when you would communicate with people, you were not heard, you were misunderstood. And some of y'all can even have issues with stuttering, especially when you feel something very deeply. Some of y'all could have just simply had issues with articulating yourselves. Thank y'all for the 14.5K likes. See what I'm saying, y'all? It says reclaim the lost self. Y'all, this is saying reclaim the lost self, but this goes far beyond the self. This has to do with self, but this has to deal with the lineage. Y'all are having to go into the shadows. But it's like this initiation. It's this initiation process of going into the shadows so that you can return to the light. And it's not just you. It's something dealing with the lineage, with the ancestors. Like, because y'all got to understand, before the light, before the light came the shadows. And there is something in the shadows that was left behind. There was something in the shadows that was forgotten. And you are the chosen one. You are the one that can go back and retrieve it. You may not necessarily have to do this alone. But this is definitely having to deal with identity, power, and soul retrieval for yourself and your lineage, your ancestors, your bloodline. And it's like by doing this, even though it's bringing healing to your bloodline, it's serving as a light to the collective and to those who are going to have to go down the same pathway that you're going down, because there are going to be other people that are going to come behind you or that are going to come to learn from you, because they're going to have to take up this same type of assignment or a very similar walk for their generation, for their lineage, for their legacy as well. And this is what you are being guided to teach, but it is requiring for you to go through this initiation process. It is requiring for you to go through these things first in order to unlock something and retrieve something that was left behind. Because whatever this was that was left behind, at some point it's going to be integrated. But it's going to require for it to be refined first. Something that's going to have to go through refinement. It's like you're going to be taking something that was left behind in the shadows and refining it and alchemizing it in order to integrate it. You are a master magician, a master sorceress. There are many levels to you, many depths to you, even things that you have not even discovered and tapped in for yourself. And you have to pace yourself. Do not be in a rush. It is so important for you to be patient. This is one of these type of situations where your patience is your virtue, because without patience, because without this patience, you will not be able to be disciplined, and it can get really sloppy. It can get very messy and out of control, and it will not be a good outcome. I'm going to just leave that right there. But it looks like you will pace yourself, and you will be disciplined going down this pathway, because this is something that requires precision. It's almost like doing surgery, y'all, like doing brain surgery or neurosurgery and heart surgery. You know what I'm saying? It's like a surgeon. You have got to have a hand of precision on both hands, in both ways, and on both sides. This is a lot of duality, okay? I'm also hearing as dark as you can go, you have the propensity to be equally as light. Do not repeat old cycles. Do not repeat old cycles. Do not make decisions to go down the pathway of repeating things that you have already learned and already mastered. Do not, you've already learned the lesson, leave it there. Integrate it and move forward. Do not return to the past. Do not go backwards. Go forward. Some of y'all are getting ready to access light codes and frequencies that are going to feed your ethereal body, your energetic body, and cleanse your auric field. This is also going to open you up to receiving a plethora of information that has been locked away, but it's going to come in after a significant purge in your life and an immense cleanse. I'm just trying to get through this reading, y'all. I was not expecting for all of this to be coming out. All right. Moving forward. I'm gonna get one more row from this deck, and then it's gonna be that's too much, Spirit. I'm gonna get one more row from the shadows, and then we're gonna move on to another deck. We got the last two that's come out. It says wholeness includes cracks. Didn't I just say that y'all would go and retrieve things from the other side? Okay? Didn't I say that y'all will be going back and repairing things that was broken? This is another opportunity to do that. Imperfections, tenderness, and humanity. Didn't I just say that what you are being initiated into, should you decide to take up this path, you are going to be a light to the collective and a guide, a teacher. Because there are going to be people that is going to come to you, that is going to seek you out for help, for learning, for instruction, for work. And you are going to be able to help guide them through their process for their bloodline and their lineage. And it is so. So not only do you have to master the art of accepting your own imperfections, okay? You're gonna have to be tender to yourself and to humanity. And this is the area where you are going to be receiving a lot of healing. Because people have been very cruel to you, and you have been through things in your life that have closed your heart chakra and caused you to even give up on humanity at certain times in your life, at certain intervals. But you will be equipped to give the humility to humanity and to others that seek you out, that was not given to you in the times that they are facing. And your imperfections will be perfected because of this alchemy, because of the integration, because of the refinement. Okay? You're taking what's broken and creating a masterpiece. Okay? It says triggered. Yeah, I already told y'all. Your power, your authority, your destiny, it triggered people that were in high places of authority. See, parental control. Okay? There are people who are afraid of your power and your authority. There are people who are afraid of your divine gifts. There are people who fear the path that you are being shown. Thank you so much for the gifts. And it is because it is not for them. It is for you. There are also going to be people in your circle, in your family, in your friends, in your through your colleagues, who may not necessarily be afraid of you, but they are afraid of the path, or they fear the path that you may choose to take. And it could just be for, you know what I'm saying, fear of the unknown, fear of safety, fear of the unfamiliar, or even fear of repeating cycles that they have watched loved ones go through, family members go through, things that they know about, you know what I'm saying, the lineage and generations, curses, so on and so forth, being repeated, you know. And it could even cause some of you or some of them to be in denial about the fact that this may not necessarily be the road that anybody wants to take up, but you can't deny that it's what's needed, even though they may not want to look at it. Y'all, give me 1 second, y'all. I have to regroup. Give me 1 second, y'all. You are a walking temple. You are a living sigil. And if you haven't already, it is time for you to do an internal and an external cleanse, especially when it pertains to your home environment and your closet. You need to purify your wardrobe. And you may find that you will be dressing different and adorning yourself different. Stay away from synthetic material. You will also have to change and eat differently. You can no longer overindulge. You have got to keep your body pure because of the work that you're being called to do and the pathway that is before you. You're being called to purify your speech and rearrange your sentence structure in the way that you communicate, because the things that you say manifest, and the things that you say now and the things that you perceive now will manifest quickly. What you put on your body and how you adorn yourself has everything to do with what you attract and what you experience in your life. And what you put in your body will reflect and mirror back to you in your waking life through events, circumstances, results, and outcomes. Be mindful. This is why it is so important for you to be disciplined. You can no longer eat the way that you have been eating before. You can no longer dress the way that you have been dressing before. You can no longer, the things that you were able to do and get away with in your earlier life, you will not be able to get away with. And this is why it is important for you to be disciplined and to be patient and to be certain of what you are doing and certain of the way in which you are going. This is not something that is to be played with. You've been playing small, and you are being called to play big. And if you want to play with the big boys, you're gonna have to level up. You're gonna have to put on, I'm hearing, yeah, you're gonna have to tie your shoelaces and wear the shoes that's being given to you. And for those of you who are overly consumed and obsessed with being flighty, with being fleeting, and with freedom, you're gonna have to shift your perspective, because I'm gonna just say it like this, because I'm being told not to say this in the way that I was gonna say it. In order to access the keys to open the gates, you have to prove yourself. And it's not going to be to men. And I'm just going to leave it there. I'm also hearing they know what you're capable of, and they know what's in you even more than you do. And to know, get clarity on your boundaries and limitations before you go forward, before you cross this crossroads. Get clarity and get truth. Do not overlook anything just because it may be unpleasant. Do not allow yourself to be in a state of denial, because that is dangerous. And those, I also picked up on those who try to instill in you doubt and denial. Remove them. You only have room for certain types of people to be around you right now. You can no longer be an open book, and you can no longer be endlessly accessible to people. And that may even include people that you love. I'm just going to say it like this. These are the things that are required, that are mandated. And y'all know what that is. For those of you who know, y'all know what that mandated and requirement means. So all I'm saying is count the cost for what you want. Because you can have it, and you can get it, and you will. Should you choose to take this path, you will have it, and you will get it. It is guaranteed. But it is also guaranteed that there is a cost. So make sure that you have what it takes, and you're willing to pay the price for what you want. And make sure that what you think you want is really what you want. Because it may not be. It may not be all that you think it's going to be. It may not be what you, from this side, from where you are right now, it may not be what you thought it was going to be on the other side. But in any case, make good and dang sure that it is exactly what you want it to be. That it will be exactly what you want it to be on the other side. And that whatever the cost is, that it aligns with what you're expecting on the other side. That it is a fair trade. And that whatever it is you have to pay, whatever the cost is, that you are willing to pay it. If you are not willing to pay it, do not. But also, choose a different way. Choose a different path. Find what is harmonious to you. Ashe. This is not the time to be looking at life and looking at this crossroads. Listen, do not play at the crossroads. Do not be looking at this situation through rose-colored glasses. See it plainly. Now more than ever is the time where you literally have to balance your spirituality with practicality. You cannot be too grounded to where you can't see the possibility and see the way in which spirit is working with you and the options that are here before you and the deities that want to work with you. This is also not the time for you to be so far up in the esoteric world and in the sky and on the other side that you are not grounded and you lose sight of reality. This is again where you have to walk the straight line. And this is why it's important for you to be what? Patient and disciplined. And you do not have to have all the answers right now, but at some point you're going to have to make a decision. And it is important right now for you to be doing the work. Right now, this is why it's important for you to be going within, and this is why it's important for you to be going into silence so that you can hear what needs to be heard with precision, with clarity, and with certainty. Because you cannot afford to be making irresponsible decisions and making life-changing decisions for yourself and your legacy, because you only have half-truths or you don't have all the information. So this is why it's important to be patient. If you do not have clarity right now and have all the answers, wait until you do. Continue to seek, continue to meditate, continue to stay in isolation and limit access to for other people to access you until you get the answers that you need and you are certain of them. Do not play and do not cut corners. You were given a time to practice. You were given a time to be able to make mistakes to get to this point, but now you know better. You know. And to him that is given, much is required. You are not a baby anymore. Okay. Next. This is why it's important for you to do the work on your heart chakra, because you need to be operating from a heart space. so that you can know what's real and what is and what isn't, according to, you know what I'm saying, the frequencies and the energies that you pick up on. Because things can seem one way and really be another way. Thank you, sis. You're no longer going to be a small fry. So you can go ahead and hang that up. If you was planning on continuing and being a student for life, you can go ahead and hang that up too. Because you're no longer going to be the student. All the stuff that you experienced in your early life, all that trauma and chaos, that was your student era. Okay? The school of hard knocks. The school of life. You've already graduated and you cannot turn back because you have other things to do. Oh gosh. Y'all ain't gotta be so aggressive. Good Lord, we hear you. Okay. Okay. I know it. That's what I'm saying. They ain't have to be doing all that. Like, we hear you. Okay. So you are never lost. I'm sorry, I didn't even tell y'all what okay, so this right here is the, I'm pulling now from Higher Self Messages Oracle deck, okay? And the first thing that came out, it says, you are never lost, but only forging a path to new worlds. Didn't I tell y'all this is what y'all was doing? I told y'all earlier, I said, this path that you are going to travel, you may not have to travel it alone. So you're not going to have to travel it alone. You will come across people that will support you and that will guide you. You will come across people who will even be advisors to you because they've already traveled down the road that you are traveling. Okay? Mentorship, advisory. Take the instruction. Take the wisdom that is being gifted to you. Do not rebel. Do not turn your nose up. Do not count it out. Because this is what is needed. You see that spiral right there? This is the way in which energy shifts. This is the way in which you create change. It is not linear. Though you have to walk a straight path, this is how your energy shows up in environments that need correction. This is why when certain people come across you, they feel like your energy is intense and overwhelming for them. Some people can't even stay around you because they feel like every time you come near them, chaos breaks out or something goes wrong. And it's not necessarily that you are a chaotic being. It's not necessarily that you bring in chaos to people. It's that your energy commands and demands change in the shifting into from that which is wrong and out of order to that which is wholesome and correct. This is that alchemy from the shadows. Okay? You are a shadow worker. And you force people to have to go into themselves and look at what's broken. Look at what's out of order. Look at what's been that was not healed. Look at the things that they've been in denial about, that they don't want to correct, that they don't want to work on, that they've been avoiding. Your energy requires that, or they cannot be around you. They cannot stay, because your energy and the forces that work through you will not tolerate any form of stagnation and untruth. This is your divine authority. Discipline and consistency is required. And it is not to be played with. And especially when it comes to yourself, do not play about you. Do not play about your boundaries. Do not play about your limitations. Your boundaries are equipped to protect you, and your limitations are equipped to protect you from yourself, so that you do not self-destruct. Be mindful. At the bottom of the deck, when that came out, it says, you have reached a new level and a new land to be discovered. There is something for you there. Didn't I just say this earlier in the read? I don't even need to go into this really. Because for you, I'm picking up on two different collectives here. Some of y'all, it's not even that you're having to learn something new, but it's going to feel as though you are learning something new, because you are tapping into information that is already within you, and things that you have already learned and mastered in your past life, that in this life was locked away and was dormant in you and snuffed out for a duration of time. And so in this life, it is about you remembering. And in order to remember, you're having to essentially be reintroduced so that you can relearn. But it's not necessarily that you are learning something new. You are relearning the things that your soul already knows. Okay? For others, you will be learning something new and having to do things differently. But it's not going to be, and this is going to be something that is both unfamiliar and familiar to you. Again, there is that pattern of duality. Blessings. Let's continue forward. What you seek is seeking you. When you rest, it will find you. Didn't I tell y'all? Y'all have to go into a period of isolation and restoration to get clarity on the way in which you should go and what you're being called to do, your boundaries and your limitations. Access information. Because whatever it is that you done put out here, whatever it is that you told the universe that you want, it's prepared to give it to you. It's already seeking you out. And honestly, it's already found you. It's already found you. At this point, the ball is in your court to choose. Take the time to get that clarity. Look at everything. Go over everything with a fine-tooth comb. And it don't matter how long it takes. Make sure that you're certain. You've had the power all along. Now you need to just believe in it. Didn't I just say this, y'all? I just said this. I just said this. For some of you, then this is confirmation. For some of you, it is not necessarily. Look, and here's another thing. For the third collective, some of you are going to be doing two things simultaneously, which will be remembering things that your soul already knows and accessing those gifts, those talents, that level of creativity, that wisdom and inner authority from the divine realm. And at the same time, having to learn something different and do things differently in unfamiliar territory. Because it's like the things that you're going to be accessing from before, that you are being brought back into remembrance of, are going to be utilized in this new place in a different way from before, from what had traditionally been passed down and shown. I'm going to get two more cards, y'all. Thank you so much, sis. Thank y'all for the gifts and all the abundance of love. We have 29.7 heart taps. I want to continue to thank y'all. I'm truly grateful. I wasn't expecting all of this to be coming out, y'all. It says, you are a magical being with the whole universe waiting to assist you. Y'all, at this point, I already done did the channeling, y'all. These cards ain't doing nothing but just giving confirmation, because I already done said everything that need to be known. Clear, it's clear to me at this point. I just said that. You are a divine being. You are a high priestess, a highly calibrated magician. And if you've only been working with one hand, baby, you finna be working with both hands. Okay? It says, when you rise to the challenge, it rises to meet you. And let's be clear. Moving forward, when you rise to the challenge, when this challenge rises to meet you, because you've chosen to rise to it, and you've already done the inner work and the external purging and cleansing, you will be prepared for grand victory and success. You are never alone, even though it may seem like it, even though it may look like it to others who cannot see you. And for those who do not see you clearly, it's not meant for them. Do not preoccupy yourself and worry yourself with the minors. It's time to major in the majors, not majoring in the minors. And people who are narrow-minded and small-minded are no longer welcome in your presence. Y'all are literally in different planes now. I'm gonna pull from the yogic path, and then I'm gonna end the live, y'all, or I'm gonna end the reading. And then if there's anybody who wants to come up on the panel, y'all know what to do. Make that request. I certainly am open for feedback. and any messages that was received during this reading, because this was very deep and very heavy. So let's go ahead and get started for these oracle messages. For this one, I think what I may end up doing is, let me just check the, y'all give me 1 second, make sure everything is correct. I may end up reading from the book on this one. I have not worked with this deck in a very long time. But whatever it is that I pick up on, that's what it is, y'all. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. I love this deck, though. This is such a beautiful deck, y'all. So, yeah. I'm just turning all my cards upright, and we will continue. Yeah, y'all, this reading right here, for those of y'all who caught this live, you know what I'm saying, it was meant for y'all. For others who didn't, it wasn't meant for them. It is what it is, because this one right here, I wasn't expecting all this to come out, and I'm going to just say this, I will not be reposting this one. I did plan to repost some of my readings and stuff, especially over there on my YouTube channel. But this one right here, I'm being guided not to repost this one. It was only for the ears that are here to hear, and the eyes that are here that can see. That's it, and that's all. And I will comply. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Pull these messages. Yeah, because this is not for everybody. It's not. And it is what it is. All right, y'all. All right, Spirit. Any guidance from the aura? Okay. That came right on out. We got Ganesh. I love Ganesh. We got Kundalini. And we got Anahata. Y'all see that duality right there, didn't I say? Okay. First and foremost, earlier I had already said dark night of the soul, being elevated, going into a higher consciousness, okay? And I told y'all, prosperity and abundance here with Ganesh. Should y'all decide to take up that path, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, with this decision that's having to be made, as long as you are disciplined, the universe is going to give you what you desire. You are going to have grand success, grand victory, and success. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna pull you up in just a second. But yes, you are going to have grand success and fulfillment. It still requires for you to be disciplined. Do not stray from being disciplined. Do not stray from being consistent in your endeavors, should you choose to take up this new path, this new way that is being shown to you. Okay? Let me see. Let me also see what it has to say. We have Ganesh. Give me one moment, y'all. Okay. 117. So Ganesh is on. So Ganesh is on page 117. That's the number 9. So yes, there's also some form of completion here, whether it be completion of a cycle or completing an initiation process. It could be both. Okay, so we have, this is, it's like a graduation in energy that I'm picking up on. So Ganesh, it says God of new beginnings and remover of obstacles. Okay? It says upright, and Ganesh did come out upright. It says, you are at the beginning of a new venture that is going to bring you great joy and success. Ganesh has been removing the roadblocks placed before you, granting you a smooth transition into this very moment. These roadblocks do not exist outside of you. However, they are the verities, fluctuations of the mind, represented by his vehicle, the mouse. When you calm your wavering mind, you are able to overcome any obstacle. Ganesh will continue to bring you good luck, success, and harmony with the sweets of Ananda, the awareness of your true consciousness as bliss. So didn't I tell y'all a minute ago, it said the same thing that I basically said. You could be guided to work with this deity. You could already work with this deity. This deity could be present in your home. But like I said just a few minutes ago, when you rise to meet the challenge, you know what I'm saying, you will be prepared. The challenge will meet you, and you will have grand victory and success. The road forward will be cleared from you. The obstacles before, with that devil energy that had came out, that been keeping you tied and binded and constrained, you are being freed from that. But it's still that just because you are being released from that form of bondage does not mean that you can get out here and be irresponsible. You still have to be disciplined and move with clarity and with wisdom. And this is why it's important to go within and do that heart chakra repair. You know what I'm saying? Do the work in that area so that you can move from a place of clarity and purity and pick up on things that may be hidden and uncertain. You need to be guided by wisdom. It is important for you to make your choices from a place of your inner authority, and for your inner authority to be pure and to be clear and concise. You do not have any room for uncertainty in making this decision. And you absolutely have no room for fear moving forward. Then you have to keep on. You got to stop trying and you got to do it. As long as you try, this is the difference between trying and doing is such. When you try, it leaves room for incompletion. It leaves room for failure. Do it and be. And continue. Some things do not come overnight. Some things don't even come in a season. Some things take several seasons. But it is still all divinely guided, and it is still in divine timing. Then you may have to do something different. Do something that you never done before. Yes. You may have to put up some protection barriers. And you know what I'm talking about, sis. Okay? Let's move on to Kundalini. Kundalini, I think, is on page 79. And if I'm not mistaken, 79 breaks down to, I want to say 5, 9, 6. No, 7. 79 breaks down to 7, I believe, because that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 breaks down into 7. Yes. So 79 breaks down to 7. Okay, that is a divine number of also dealing with creativity. Okay, and healing as well. Divine guidance and authority. It says Kundalini, primordial cosmic energy, serpent power. One of my favorites. It says upright, and the card did come out upright. I'm gonna let y'all see the card again, okay? It says Kundalini rising, the serpent-like energy that exists in the base of your spine, the Muladhara chakra, has awakened. You didn't I say this has to deal with your sacral chakra, your lower extremities? It says you may have noticed that you feel more spiritually aware than ever before. Y'all could tell on this reading, I definitely did. It says you are more sensitive to energies and quickly manifesting your thoughts. Did I not say that the things you speak and perceive and feel will manifest quickly? See what I'm saying? Exactly, Amario. It says you are more sensitive to energies and quickly manifesting your thoughts. Your psychic abilities are rising, and you feel the flow of energy that vibrates in every being. Your heart is full of a deep compassion and desire to serve others, and you have a keen awareness of your purpose. This is Kundalini rising. Stay grounded in this process. Connect to nature, exercise, journal, practice yoga. Through grounding, you'll be able to experience a beautiful and blissful Kundalini awakening that takes you exactly where you were meant to be. Y'all, I said that already. I had already said it, okay? More confirmation. Let's move forward. Okay? We have Anahata. And I think Anahata was on, let's see, I don't remember. It was 55. Anahata is on page 55, which breaks down into 1, which deals with new beginnings, a new start. That's also, from a tarot perspective, magician energy, because the Fool is 0, okay? Anahata came out upright. Anahata deals with the heart chakra. Did I not say heart chakra? Work on the heart chakra. It came out upright. It says your heart has opened its chambers to new possibilities, and the light is coming through to soothe its once dark corners. Okay? I said that, y'all. It says this love heals all and allows you to see all people for their greatest potential, including yourself. Did I not talk about having humility towards people that you are going to be working with? Because people are going to be coming to you for healing, for guidance, for teaching and instruction, and for work. Okay? It says by putting down your armor, okay? You cannot, okay? Anyways, by putting down your armor, you are truly able to use the intelligence of your heart. Did I not speak on that? I just said that. Which will always guide you in the right direction. Trust the journey of the heart. It may not always make sense to the mind, but it is aware of possibilities the mind cannot yet envision. When you truly live a heart-centered life, there is nothing left to fear. Meditate on the color green and practice heart-opening yoga poses to aid the journey. Y'all, I said that. I said all of that, from balancing practicality with spirituality, from getting clarity. I said all of that, from the fact that you're going down this pathway first because others are going to be coming behind you that you will work with. So I'm going to get 3 more cards. 2 just came out. We have Bada, clarifying Ganesh. We have Rajas, clarifying Kundalini. Okay, And Kapha is at the bottom of the deck here. Okay, I'm being guided to stop there and look at these things first before I proceed with the last card to close out with. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to honor that. Welcome, Star Bean. Thank you for joining my live. I'm sorry, we got Radha. It's Radha. Okay, so let's look up Radha. Radha is on page 103, which breaks down to 4. 4 is the number of balance. Okay. So let's see what that's hitting on, y'all. Thank you so much for the gifts, for the 34.1K likes. Y'all truly do love me, and I truly do love y'all. Thank y'all for being consistent and supporting my lives and pouring into me and this channel. Okay. Oh, thank y'all so much. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I got my cats. Woo! Let's go, Marielle. Let's shout out to Marielle for my 40 cats. Woo, woo, baby, baby. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are so awesome. I love y'all. Y'all ain't gonna have me on here crying. Okay? Thank y'all so much. Aquarian, Divine, Noble. Y'all always show me love. Y'all always show up in here. Thank you to I Am God Frequency. I truly love y'all. Okay, so let's move forward. It says, Radha, goddess of passionate love and longing. So I gotta stop right there, y'all, because I just picked up something just from that bit. Some of y'all, so with this heart chakra, right, work that y'all are going to be doing, or that you could already be in process of doing right now, some of y'all are going to be in position to help other people heal their imbalances within their chakra units, but also especially as it pertains to opening up their heart chakra and balancing their heart chakra. A lot of y'all are going to be, some of y'all are going to be going into doing healing work related to wounding surrounding like the womb, sex, passion, love, all of these different types of things, like even things that from before seemed taboo, right? Y'all are going to be doing work, teaching, healing, unveiling, all of that kind of stuff. Like, you know, you're going to be tapping into that type of consciousness and helping the collective heal. Okay? And especially when it pertains to relationships and family dynamics and lineages. This is so important, especially when it comes to sexuality, identity, inner and outer authority, and the balance thereof, the shadow, the light. This is the work that you are guided and cut out to do. Okay? Hold on, y'all. I gotta put this on the charger before it mess around and go dead on y'all. So I'm gonna have to switch the view too. So give me 1 second. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all can still see me, right? Put a 3 in the chat if you can still see me and you can still hear me. Okay, great. Okay. So, Radha, is goddess of passionate love and longing. So, Radha came out upright. Let's take a look at her. She's very beautiful. Okay. I'm also picking up on some of y'all bodies may be changing. So like you can end up losing weight or gaining weight, whichever is going to be most aesthetically pleasing and appealing. That's what's going to happen. So you could be changing form. And also people could be seeing you differently from what they from how they experienced you or seen you before as well. So take note to that. It says, are you in love? It says, you very well may be soon. So some of y'all are getting ready to come into divine union with your divine counterpart. And it could really be because of the purging that you've been doing and the cords that you've been cutting. So if you've been holding on to like relationships and people that you know don't resonate with you and do not align with your life path and your destiny and your soul urge, you are being guided now to cut the cords in this season, to end those cycles, and to purge any residual energy that, you know what I'm saying, could try to spiral back up from that and to try to come back in, because great things await you. Okay? It says, are you in love? You very well may be soon. And this could also be dealing with like your career trajectory too. Like for those of you who have been working in areas that are not fulfilling, that have been chaotic and just, you know, essentially dismantling for you, and stagnant for you, you could be coming into alignment with your dream career and overall your dream lifestyle. Okay? It says, I just heard moving out of a state of hating your life and hating your career to loving it, okay? And to loving yourself. And it is because you are loving yourself, okay? Heart chakra work. It says, Radha is the goddess of euphoric bliss and deep surrender. When you gaze into the eyes of your lover, she is the passionate lover of Krishna, who gave up everything to be in his arms. Radha represents the desire to merge with your beloved and lose yourself in the utter ecstasy that is love. If you aren't already in love, it's well on its way and already occurring all around you. Allow yourself to lose yourself in the divine dance of romance. For love is just you experiencing your own soul in another body. Okay? And I just said about you loving yourself. Okay? Some of y'all are going to really be coming into divine union with your true self, which is going to attract and lead to you coming into an elevated, higher union with your divine counterpart. Some of y'all have been divorced. Some of y'all have already been married and divorced. Some of y'all have been separated. And it's because you were not truly aligned with your divine counterpart. And because in that season of your life, you were not loving yourself. You were not living in your true divinity, and you were not aligned with your true God self. And until you come into alignment with it and master it, at the point of once that happens, you will inadvertently attract your divine counterpart, and it will be a union. It will not be all of this twin flame chaos, okay, and karmic madness that you've experienced before. This is what you will be receiving. Again, this is why it's important to be consistent in discipline, because in showing up and being prepared to receive the things that you have asked the universe for, and doing the work so that, you know what I'm saying, once you come into receiving, you can actually obtain it and manage it and multiply it instead of losing it, instead of going through these cycles and old patterns of union and separation and division and chaos and uncertainty and all and the ups and downs. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not making room for that. We are inaccessible for that old stagnant energy of chaos, uncertainty, confusion, and trauma bonding. Leave that shit behind. Put it down. Leave it alone. You know that these folks is not for you. Accept it for what it is. Cut the losses. Yes, you love them. Yes, their energy was a fun time and it was enjoyable to be around for that season. You have now graduated. And you cannot bring everybody with you. And if they have not done the work, they cannot come with you, because they will only stagnate you and cause you to detour from what you said you wanted and from the purpose and the pathway that you are being shown. You have to choose. I am just, you know what I'm saying, delivering the message. And I hope that you choose what's going to be divinely aligned for you and in the best interest. Because it's not just about you. It's about your lineage. It's about your legacy. It's about your collective. It's about the collective consciousness. So you have to see things from a higher elevated standpoint. This is why that heart chakra work and that throat chakra work and all of your chakras coming into alignment from the sacral all the way up is vital right now. And you cannot access and obtain that without discipline and consistency. I don't care if you have to create a structured protocol, a structured schedule to get this work done. This is not something that should be an afterthought. This is something that needs to be a priority, and it should be non-negotiable. Be about your business in the divine realm and the 5D and beyond, as well as in the 3D. Because as above, so below. As within, so without. As around, so about. As before, as behind, so before. Okay? For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So respond accordingly. Respond accordingly. What's next? We have Rajas, okay? So, wait a minute, y'all, because I got to say this too. Because remember that Radha is clarifying Ganesh. This is serendipity at its finest. And this is the serendipity that you can expect from being disciplined. This is what discipline gets you. It may not always be fun to be disciplined, y'all. I'm not going to hold y'all on that. It may feel fun being fleety, being irresponsible, being flighty. You know what I'm saying? Doing things from a standpoint of prioritizing your freedom first. But that only gets you so far. What are you willing to sacrifice to get what you truly want and deserve? Count the cost. And be certain that it is really what you want. And get clarity. If you don't know what you want, see it clearly now. If you got to make a vision board, if you got to, you know what I'm saying, journal about it, if you got to scribe about it, whatever you need to do, do it. When you pass the test, you are rewarded accordingly. Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank y'all for the 39.5K heart taps. Thank y'all for sharing the live. I just shared the live on mine as well. We're getting ready to move forward to Rajas, which is clarifying Kundalini. Because some of y'all are in a place right now where you're kind of like, you know what I'm saying, in this void. And I've been channeling this and speaking on this for a while now. In my readings, this energy continues to show up. Rajas, hold on, let me tell y'all what. Okay, yeah. So Rajas is on page 39, which breaks down into 3. Okay? 3 is also another number of creativity and collaboration. Okay? Coming into new environments and new people and a new soul tribe family. New opportunities and auspicious opportunities at that. To alchemize, manifest, and create what you truly desire. Okay, Rajas. It says Rajas, which came out in the upright as well. And also 11:11 was on the clock when I was speaking a minute ago. It says dynamic movement, aggression, and energy. Okay, it says, I just heard this deals with action, taking action. Okay, like I said, respond accordingly. It says, you are in a place of movement, making the most of each day. You are passionate and excited. Ooh, hold on, y'all. Oh my gosh, I feel pain. Oh my Lord. Ooh. Okay, it says, you are in a place of movement, making the most of each day. You are passionate and excited about the task at hand and are pushing the limits of what you believe possible for yourself. Rajas is needed to bring our desires into action. It says, and you are deep in the development phase. Again, like I said, some of y'all are in this void because you're not who you used to be, and you're learning to become, to be who you are destined to become. Okay? It says you have already achieved many great accomplishments because of your determination, and more await in the near future. However, remember to balance action with rest. Hush, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing, I know. It says, remember to balance action with rest. Otherwise, you will lose sight of your true goal in pursuit of achieving more. So again, as I said before, balancing practicality with spirituality. There's a lot of duality out here. Okay? Do not lose sight of your pathway. Do not lose sight of your goals. Girl, I don't even have no more water right here readily accessible. Hold on now. I got this. It's water. It just got my minerals and stuff in it. Whew. Stop messing with each other. Let her have the ball. Let her play. Okay, give her ball back and go get your toys. You can't just take people's stuff. Go. Okay. Let's move forward. Uh-oh. Okay. Now, at the bottom of the deck, we have Kapha. So let's see what that's hitting on. Now, Kapha is a body type, y'all, and this is coming from an Ayurvedic perspective. Kapha is on page 35, which breaks down to the number 8. So we have cycles here, regeneration. We have rebirth, okay? Life, death, rebirth, sexuality, sex, action. It deals with all of those different types of things that the number 8 does. Okay. Kapha. The earthly dosha, grounding, nurturing, and heavy. I've been telling y'all throughout this whole reading that this energy is very heavy. I've been telling y'all to ground yourself and to nurture yourself. Okay? It says upright because it is upright at the bottom of the deck. And let me show y'all the card again. Very beautiful. Thank y'all for the 41.9 heart taps, for all of the abundance of gifts. This has been amazing. Wow, I'm truly grateful. Okay. It says, you are grounded into Earth's energy and carry its subtle calmness, which makes others naturally gravitate towards you. Now, wait a minute. Upon reading that first sentence, it brought me also back to remember to do the work on your nervous system. Because another one of these cards had spoke about that, had mentioned that, and that is where your inner authority is going to come from. Oh, the one, the heart chakra one, the Anahata. That's right. Thank you, Spirit, for bringing that back into my remembrance. But yes, hear me? Okay, sorry, my phone fell. Well, my apologies, my phone fell. But anyways, because doing this heart chakra work, y'all, and clearing out your throat chakra, balancing your chakras, that is what's going to, you know what I'm saying, clear your nervous system and restructure and heal your nervous system from the trauma that you've accumulated over the years. And this is what's going to help you to be able to use precise discernment and get clarity and speak from a place of your inner authority with precision and articulate yourself very with clarity in a way that is concise and profound. Grand afternoon. Thank you for joining, Six Fingered. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the roses. I really do appreciate it. It says, y'all is just pouring so much love into me today, and I'm truly grateful. It says, you are grounded into Earth's energy and carry its subtle calmness, which makes others naturally gravitate towards you. And you're gonna attract all kinds of people and all kinds of energies, y'all. So this is exactly why it's important to use discernment. Because not everybody and not everything needs to have access to you, especially at this time. It says, you bring peace, understanding, and comfort to your community and are the shoulder everyone can lean on. Okay? You are no longer the small fish. You are you have graduated, and you are moving into a place of being the big fish, which requires for you to carry a lot of responsibility. And when you have a lot of responsibility, guess what comes with that? My favorite word of the day. You've guessed it. Discipline and consistency. It says you embody Earth's wisdom and are anchored to her vast life force. This is where you can pull energy from. When you feel depleted, you need to be grounding yourself. You need to be returning to nature, especially when you are dealing with people who have heavy energy and who take up a lot from you. This is how you can stay grounded and balanced and follow up with your spiritual baths. Do not neglect your spiritual baths. Do not neglect connecting with nature. Those are going to be your two primary sources. I'm telling you right now. Yes, I just said that on the live. To him that is given, much is required. So respond accordingly. Because for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Again, respond accordingly. By using wisdom and discernment and being disciplined in your endeavors and going within and in silence and connecting to your inner authority and your higher self. Tune in. And eliminate external distractions. Eliminate internal distractions as well. It says, you may have created a life or are envisioning one that will bring you great contentment and stability. Again, didn't I say with Ganesh and Radha? Thank you for reminding me to breathe. It says, a true home surrounded by people you love. I just talked about moving into a new era, okay? And a new community that aligns with you, that resonates with you, that supports you. It says you do not need to search for more. The deepest peace you will find is where you are. Just remember never to become too attached to anything, as all is temporary. Okay? Now, that was Kapha energy that was at the bottom of the spread. I'm going to pull this last card, y'all. And then I'm going to close out the reading. And those who want to come up on the panel, you can go ahead and put in your request, because I'm getting ready to close out the reading. I'm certainly open to feedback and any messages that y'all care to share. Please feel free to do so when I pull you up on the panel. Okay, Spirit, give me one last card. That's too much. I just need one card to close out the reading. One card to close out the reading, please, and thank you. One card to close out the reading, please, and thank you. What's here for the closing? Okay, let's see. That's still too much. Come on, y'all, stop playing with me. One card, please, Spirit. One card to close out there. There's so much energy out here. Thank you. Y'all, this is so beautiful. Look. Y'all, oh my gosh. And then look, you got Brahma and you got Sattva at the bottom of the spread, y'all. Sattva is the highest elevated place of, Sattva is the highest state of existing. It's like it is literally being in that God frequency, the mastery of it. And look at what you have, Brahma, y'all. I can't make this up. I'm going to read Brahma and I'm going to read Sattva so that y'all can get a clear and good understanding. Brahma is on page 121, which equals what? 4, which is the number of balance and unity as well. Let's be clear. Especially when it comes to that divine union and the union with your true self. 121, Brahma. It says God of creation. I just was talking about doing the work with creation and creativity, y'all. So it says, and it came out upright. It says, it's a time to create. Brahma, the creator of the universe and all beings, has come to you with the message that now is the time to bring that idea into fruition. Take the path, y'all. And stop being scary. Stop hesitating. Take the path that you are being shown. That's what I'm channeling right now. It may you may feel afraid. It may feel like uncertainty. You may have all these questions about what's going to happen with da 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 and da da da. Take it and make a commitment to be disciplined. Make a commitment to yourself to show up and be consistent and be disciplined, and it will pan out exactly the way that you want it to. Be sure and be certain that you are willing to pay the cost. Because it may require for you to sacrifice some things that right now with where you are, you don't want to sacrifice. So count the cost. Is it going to be worth it? Is it worth it to hold on to what you are currently unwilling to sacrifice, to remain and stay where you are? Or is it worth you to make those necessary sacrifices to get to where you want to go and to become who you are destined to be? In fullness. Dang. It says, okay, so I'm going to start at the beginning. It says, it is a time to create. Brahma, the creator of the universe and all beings, has come to you with the message that now is the time to bring that idea to fruition. What is that idea that you've been sitting on but haven't taken action? Now it's time to plant that seed into the earth and water it with your intention so it sprouts to life, benefiting all those around you. Again, didn't I say that yes, this is about you, but this is about so much more. Going into the collective consciousness, the community, and even your ancestral lineage. So stop playing around. Stop hesitating and delaying yourself. Well, all of this foolishness. It says Brahma's rosary symbolizes the time cycle through which the world moves from creation to sustenance, from sustenance to dissolution, and from dissolution to new creation. Which cycle are you in? Because some of y'all are in different timelines. Okay, some of y'all are in y'all winter season. Some of y'all are in y'all season of fall. Some are in spring and some are coming into harvest. So take an account and align your actions accordingly. Respond accordingly. Let's go ahead and get this sattva. Because that is another form of rebirth, y'all. That is, you know what I'm saying? This is a major transformation and a great awakening that's taking place across multiple aspects of your life and your ethereal bodies, your subtle bodies. Let's be clear. And sattva is on page 37, which equals to the number 11, which is a master number. Okay, let's be clear. Let's go ahead and pull it so I can close out this reading. Sattva, purity and clarity. I've been speaking about what? Operating from a pure heart space with what? Clarity. And the mind, body, soul, and spirit. Alignment. Destiny, purpose, soul urge, resonance, okay? Inner and outer authority. Now, it came out upright. Let me show y'all the card again. Because this is from which you can see. See that eye? Some of y'all are seers, mediums, skywalkers, gatekeepers, and so much more. Healers. Some of y'all are high priestess and sorcerers, master magicians, and so much more. And there are a lot of layers that come to you, that come with you. Let's continue. It says, you have let go of the things that were holding you back and are reaching deeper levels of clarity. Y'all, I opened with that, did I not? This reading has come full circle. It has come full circle. It says maybe you've cleaned up your diet. I said that earlier. Home. I said that earlier. Self-care products. Said that. Relationships. Said that. Thought patterns. Said that. Career goals. Said that. Or life outlook. I said that as well. It said, and are now experiencing the joys that come with purity. Sattva. Those are the things, those are the sacrifices that have to be made. The clearing and the cleaning. The cord breaking. And the higher up you go, the more you will have to sacrifice. And the lighter you will feel. So do not run from discipline. The wisdom is to learn to love discipline and the mastery of being consistent. That is the cost of freedom. For those of you who love freedom, there is no freedom without discipline. You cannot have one without the other. Because therein is chaos. Discipline is what grants you access to freedom. And freedom requires much discipline. It says, the space you have created is allowing greater gifts that are more aligned with your truth, to present themselves. Didn't I say a lot of y'all have gifts that were inherited in this lifetime, okay, that have been locked away and that have been latent and dormant because you had not tapped into them. Things that was brought in from your past lives and inherited from your ancestral lineage. And even gifts that the universe is pouring into you for doing the work. Because some of you are going to be on this pathway of not just releasing, not just learning something new, but also remembering at the same time. And excuse me, y'all. I had to purge that out. It says continue on this path toward clarity by shedding all that no longer serves you. I said continue on the pathway, y'all. I said that. It says when your body becomes pure, see what I'm saying? Purging. It says your thoughts and life will reflect that. Didn't I say that? Y'all are coming into a timeline, if you are not already there, where you're going to have to clean out your home, your closet, your wardrobe. You're going to have to eat differently, clean up your diet, your lifestyle, your daily routines, all of that, even the things that you adorn on your body, even the material that you have in your home, from your bed sheets, your bedspreads, to your window curtains. It's going to all have to be pure, of organic material. You can no longer mess around with synthetic material because it will manifest in your life quickly. You can no longer eat unclean foods, some heavy processed foods, because it will manifest in your life quickly and detour you. Because you are literally a walking temple and a living sigil. In your own divinity. And this is why these principalities and these deities and these energies are wanting to work with you, are wanting to utilize you as a conduit. But you're gonna have to be disciplined if you decide to take the path of allowing them to access you and work with them. Because they will utilize you. And there are consequences for disobedience. There are consequences for not being disciplined. But there are also grand rewards for obedience and discipline. It says, continue on this path toward clarity by shedding all that is no longer serving you. Shedding, that goes back to the serpent energy, the primordial energy, which is another symbol of rebirth, of transformation. Some of y'all, I'm telling y'all right now, y'all are going through an overarching transformation process and going through other forms of enlightenment and awakening and transformations all at the same time, simultaneously. And in different aspects of your life, you are in different seasons. But it's going to all come to a head where everything aligns and finally clicks and shifts into gear. Just like that. And it's coming very soon. So be prepared. Make sure, I don't care. You better make sure that you prepared. Because it's coming in this 2026. and it's going to take off fast, and you better be prepared to keep up with the stamina, with the energy. Be on top and be ahead. It says when your body becomes pure, your thoughts and life will reflect that. Didn't I say that? Did I not say that? Thank y'all for the 51.6K heart taps and the immense gifts that you have gifted me. I'm truly grateful for each and every one of you who have poured into this live. It says, bring sattva purity into all that you do, and your path will continue to become more clearer. Y'all, again, remember I talked about that truth and clarity, and purging and cutting off, closing out them cycles, cutting off those loose ends, tying up loose strings, and cord cutting, standing in clarity and in divine truth and wisdom. I don't need to say nothing else. Y'all got the message. Y'all know what time it is. My collective is wise and strong. So I ain't got nothing. I'm not worried about nothing. Again, be patient though. Be patient. Do not rush this process. When you need rest, get rest. When it's time for you to take action, take action. But you're not going to be prepared to take action if you're not resting. And to hell with anybody that got a problem with you getting the rest that you need to get. Follow your internal compass. And don't let anybody deter you or obstruct what your internal compass is telling you. Follow the way forward. And that's on period. Now I'm going to start bringing people up on the panel. Thank you, Spirit. I'm closing out this reading. Thank you for the clarity. I'm truly grateful, and I certainly appreciate it. Let me add. I don't know where Noble is.
I don't know where he went.
I don't know.
First, let me say, sis, gratitude.
What's up,
Gratitude for all of
sister?
the confirmation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You had me laughing. You had me laughing when I said I tried to block 2 people in this room. You was like, "Don't just try." I'm like, I'm not talking about that.
Oh,
Right?
girl. Because I'm operating from my other phone, and, it's the one that I can't see everything on, because that's the
Yeah,
only
there's
way
2
that
people in here. There's 2 people in here, been in here,
they
Been
still in
in
here.
here.
and
It's
read
just
their names.
lingering.
Just go look at their names. I blocked them, but they're still in here.
Oh, let me see. You
I saw
probably.
Inward Beauty come in. Hi, sis. But like gratitude and Ashe, because everything you said was literally confirmation. I had my Spellbreaker consultation with Lisa, right? And
I
with our
love the.
frequency. And
Drink you some water, sister.
literally everything you said, yes, drink you some water. Everything you said hit with what she was saying. And all the questions, any questions that I had, especially dealing with ancestor wise, you have I had questions I asked myself who, and these are questions I asked myself last night. And here we are on this live, and we've been on, how long has it been since you started that reading, and how many times did you have to start over? Like, somebody really didn't want that message to be sent out, but fuck them, excuse my language, but
Mm-hmm.
fuck them. And message received loud and clear, and it's a brand new day.
Girl, I'm trying to tell you.
Yes.
I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, girl, because my body started heating up out of
Yeah, she
nowhere.
started over 3 times.
I literally did, which 3 is my number, but y'all, like, I'm used to being in hot environments. I prefer hot environments. But girl, the way that my body was heating up, girl, you would have thought I had like high blood pressure or something. My body just started heating up and getting chills all at the same time. And then the shortness of breath too, girl, I was like, the energy was so heavy, like, oh my gosh.
It was someone was trying to
Yeah.
block you, but Spirit said,
Yup.
you ain't blocking none of this. No, this is needed. It needs to be heard. No. And you did right by taking all of your rest. And I also wanted to tell you, stop apologizing for taking your rest, ma'am.
You took care of them
Stop
people.
I was just going to
apologizing.
say that too.
You
No
take
need
your
to
rest.
apologize.
Thank you.
You
Okay,
know,
I'm not gonna be
we are a
apologizing.
family. We're a collective
Dang
family.
right.
If
I'm
there's
trying to figure
anyone,
out. I'm trying to figure out when she started apologizing for taking rest. I don't recall her ever apologizing for getting rest.
I think you
Ever.
ought to be ashamed of yourself coming on my live being messy.
He did.
Yes, girl,
yeah,
because I had to take risks. You know, sometimes people's collective be like, can you hurry up and get it out? Gosh, you know. And which y'all have never showed up like that, and I'm grateful that y'all haven't showed up like that, because it really do take a lot of energy. You know
it
what I'm
does.
saying? It takes a lot of energy just to read. But then
You
when
can
you
see
start
it.
tapping into,
Welcome
like
back, Noble.
Noble back?
Yes.
You can feel it.
Okay.
You can look in your eyes and
Yes, like it takes a lot of energy just to read tarot cards. You know what I'm saying? Which, in my opinion, reading tarot cards is just like the gateway. That's like that entry level. You know what I'm saying? And there's some really profound tarot readers out here. But when you start getting into channel messages and channeling, girl, that take up even more energy.
Yes,
right.
it does. And you were channeling before you even touched
Right.
the cards for the second half that
You can see
did.
it. Yeah, you can see it.
All
Yeah.
that before you even touched the cards.
Yeah. Girl, I wasn't expecting all
That's why I
that
kept
today,
saying
but
drink
that's what
some
happened.
water. Drink some
You are
water, because
gifted.
you was into
You
that.
still need some water and
I
maybe a
do.
little juice or something. You need some nourishments.
I
Or maybe a
do.
mango, you know.
Girl.
Yeah. Yes. But anyways,
I already done went through 2 water bottles just off of that reading alone.
and need more.
Yeah. Okay, because I'm not gonna have my behind back in the ER. I rebuke it. Sis, you missed the reading, girl.
Yeah. You had me
It was
laughing when you
me.
was like, "Don't just try." I'm like, I'm not trying.
You know
I'm not
what?
talking about the message,
You know I had
girl.
to get my.
I'm talking
You know
about
I
the
had to
people
get
in the
myself
dang
together.
live.
Yes, you said what inward?
You know I had to get myself together.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't do no kind of cheating. You know what I'm saying? So I had to get myself together. I got a lot to share with you. So the next time we talk, so we got a lot to share with you. Aquarian Virgo star greetings, Sandra. Greetings, divine frequency greetings. How y'all doing?
Greetings, sis. Greetings. I'm well. And yourself?
Great. How are you doing?
All is well. Thank y'all for asking. You know, just gotta kind of lay low for a minute.
Okay, Hermit mode activated.
You know, gotta lay low for a little quick minute.
Well, we're glad you came and joined us.
Indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. If I have a little strength to go live later, I'll do that, but I'm not sure I will. We'll just see what the day holds.
Yes, most definitely. So, I didn't plan on going live today, but I was compelled to
I'm
do
glad you
it.
did.
Yeah, I was compelled to. That message definitely needed to get out.
Yes. And you, man,
Girl.
it is crazy the amount of things that, like, my mind is blown, but I'm like so grateful.
Girl, I'm glad you
That makes
received
any
that
sense.
confirmation. And then for it to have aligned with what you received from God frequency, you know, and in your reading, you know, I mean, in your consultation, that's phenomenal.
Indeed.
That is phenomenal. That speaks volumes.
It does. It really does. You are so gifted, ma'am. So gifted.
Thank you, sis. I received that. I receive it.
Yes, as you should. Yes.
Girl, I definitely feel a lot more connected to my readings, especially this one than what I have in the past. And girl, all I can say is I'm grateful, y'all. I'm tired.
I can imagine. You probably need a nap.
I do. I need a nap. I need a nap. I probably will come back on a little bit later on in the evening, like I normally do, like around 7.
Look at that yawn. Yeah, that baby need a nap.
Girl, don't get me sitting up here laughing, girl. I ain't got the energy to be sitting up here laughing. Divine, carrying on with you. Y'all just at me every time. I can't never yawn and get away with it. She is watching, okay? And if there ain't nobody else that's gonna let me know that I'm tired and sleepy and I need to stop fighting like some little toddler, she's gonna let me know, okay? But y'all, I cannot believe y'all. Do y'all remember when Inward Beauty came in my life when I was trying to be slick? And she shut the entire thing down, y'all.
She surely did.
Y'all, I thought I was being slick, y'all. It was like, what, 11 something at night, almost 12.
No, it was 12. It was after. Well, you started at 11 something. I came on at 12. After 12.
And you had to be off by 12:20. I remember.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
She was like, Divine, make sure she gets off.
Girl,
I was like, yeah, I got it.
And then I'm sitting here listening. I would have been okay with her being live, right? But then I'm listening to her sweating and getting cold chills. Now I'm like, I'm feeling some kind of way. I'm like, are you even supposed to be on there right now?
It was only because I did. It was only because of the reading, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I'll probably have to get out.
Yeah, because I wasn't feeling that way before I did the reading. When I came up here on the live, I was fine. But girl, whatever it was, honey, did not want that message to get out, and I had to literally fight through it.
We got that.
That's because we got people up in here cycling.
We got that, but it's more important because I turn it off. It's more important because whenever my family members ask me to do something that I know I'm not supposed to be doing, then my body would get those sick symptoms like I'm getting vertigo. I don't get colds, but like it would be like this feeling in the pit of my stomach and my head. So in case y'all don't remember when I told my story, I got vertigo last year in November, and vertigo is this equilibrium situation where your body is out of balance, and from your vision everything is spinning. A lot of times you're throwing up and having bowel movement, and it's a bad feeling. So in order for me to stay in alignment, I have to listen to those cues. So it could be, do the reading, but you may not need to be on here, for long periods of time. And I think with being a Sagittarius, I think that's one of the things you have to temper, overdoing stuff. I think like in this new paradigm.
Yeah. Did you Divine? What was the two people name?
Well, they're still in here. One name is Divine 9, and the other one's name is Anunnaki Reptilian Hybrid.
Okay, I thought that's who. I just wanted to make sure that's who it was.
And Sada E, I want to give you an example of how it shows up. So we got a 68-year-old woman, right? She invited you and I over to her place for a Kwanzaa event. Right? She invited me and my husband last year, and she invited us to come back, and then she told me that she was gonna either call you or send a text to invite you.
Yes.
And I clearly told her is our grand opening on the 1st.
Right.
She didn't care anything about what I said. She didn't hear me. That's a description of just overdoing stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So just, you know, just little things like that. Just examples. 68 years old. And I told her, hey, I'm having a grand opening that day. And she said, well, I hope that you can make it after your grand opening because I really want to see y'all.
Right. I had told her, I said I would be there if my sister is present. And that's what I responded to that.
Well, I want to ask Divine Frequency and Aquarian Virgo Star and Amariel of the Ethers. Do you guys think that what I'm saying is making sense? How can somebody ask you to come to their event knowing that you have a grand opening? I know if she was having a grand opening, she would say, oh, I won't be able to do it. Like, I'm going to be too tired. I got to blah, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to just kind of put that there. I think I'm not.
Welcome, Rashad.
If you're having your own, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Exactly. I wouldn't expect anyone
If you're
else.
having your own.
I wouldn't have even asked, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it sounds like that person's not even taking into consideration you. Like she's just thinking of herself.
Yes.
Exactly. And so that's what I
Those
mean.
old heads do tend to do that because they used to having their way.
Well, a bit more than that is overdoing. It's not having a balance. It's not having temperance. You see what I mean? Overdoing stuff. But that's it. I just want
Well,
to
they're wanting you to overdo something, right? Because they're not overdoing anything, correct? Is that what you're saying? Because they're asking you to overextend yourself. Because not only would you have been doing your grand opening, but then you would have been going to some hers. So that's you over being.
Hey, Rashad.
Right.
So you are correct in looking at that. Rashad said balance is everything. It is.
It is.
You are correct in what you're saying, and she overdoes everything. And this is a small expression of that. It definitely looks like she wants me to extend, and everything she overdoes. Overdo everything. No balance. Too much, everything is too much. It's excessive. And so even her desire is not desire, it's greed because it's excessive.
Right. And then also, you know what I'm saying, it's, you know, because people, one thing that I have learned too is that because people hold themselves to a certain standard, or because they are used to operating in a certain type of way, they oftentimes inadvertently hold other people to those same expectations. So what that can look like is, because she overworked herself, and I dealt with this same type of issue with another elder, and you know who I'm talking about, sis.
Yeah, I know. And she's also Sagittarius. Overdo it.
Exactly. Where she, you know what I'm saying, like she was so used to overworking and overextending herself that when I, you know what I'm saying, would honor what my body needs, which was rest and restoration, after overextending myself, it was an issue, you know, and it's because, you know, something that I have noticed too, especially when it comes to the older generation, is they have an impeccable work ethic and an ability to push through, you know what I'm saying, and to ignore their bodily needs, and it costs them in the long run. And so that same precedence oftentimes is what, you know what I'm saying, they pass down or project onto my generation, and it's not fair, because at the end of the day, we're having to sit up here and watch that same generation heal from elements that could have otherwise been avoided had they simply honored, you know what I'm saying, what their body was telling them was needed at that time, which was rest, restoration, recovery, sleep, and had operated and honored the scales of balance. You
Absolutely.
cannot overextend yourself and overdo yourself. You know what I'm saying? And the people who really love and care about you, they're not going to ask or require for you to do it. And even if they do, because sometimes people are not being as considerate as they think they are. We are human. But they will not be offended by your absence and by you honoring what you need first. And that's just what it is.
And or guilt tripping. And one of the conversations my husband and I had this past week, it was on the subject of trauma. And he was listening to this guy's show, Aage Tiembe, and he has a show called the Harlem, what's the name of the show? Harlem Liberation School. And they were talking about how people would deal with their trauma in the past. And so I was telling him that I think my dad suffered in silence. He passed away at the age of 51.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few men in my family had done so about 20 years ago, just back to back, all of them passing away. But back in that day, whatever issue you have, you better suck it up and don't be weak.
Right.
Suck it up, don't be weak, do what you got to do. Now, there is still a time and place for that, so I'm not by any means making excuses for mediocrity. That's not what we're saying. What I'm saying is my dad had a drug problem, right? Cocaine was his drug of choice, but clearly my dad had major traumas, and he was self-medicating. He was coping with his drugs, which also killed him.
Right.
So I think Katie had a way to know that what he was experiencing wasn't right, and it was okay for him to feel how he was feeling, and get through it.
I have a question for you, Emily.
Yes.
Do you say that you understand, right? My question is, do you forgive? Because if you know, you may not know like the actual physical trauma that they went through, but do you forgive their actions because at the time they didn't know any better? Or do you still hold that to them, even with the understanding that they had trauma too?
Yeah, that's a great question, Aquarian Virgo star. Had you asked me that question about 3 years ago, I probably would have sobbed on this line. So Side E knows the real. So let's keep this thing gully since you asked me my personal business. I had a good dad. He loved us. I'm the oldest of 6. And some of my prior work ethic and how I would show up in the world had a great deal to do with my upbringing and how drastic my ass whoopings would get. Okay, don't keep this thing going. Yep. And so when my siblings would call me and ask for my help for anything, it could be money, it could be anything, the sky's falling, whatever it was, there was a trigger in me that no matter what I'm doing, I would drop what I'm doing. I could have eggs in my hand, which, I'm a vegan, so I want eggs, right? I could have eggs in my hand and I would drop those eggs to go rescue my siblings because their tears meant I'm getting my ass beat.
Right.
So with you asking me if I forgave my dad, I need you to be clear on what it is you're asking me. What have I done? What have I forgiven him for? Because I got beat so bad that my skin broke open like a book.
Mine too. So I feel you.
Yeah. So we're gonna be clear.
So the question is all of his actions, because his actions towards you are an exact replica from the experiences that he had while growing up. Because I feel you 100%, because my dad was very abusive. He split my head open. He has split my back open. He split my butt open. Like, he has raped me. Like, I went through some shit too. Like, I get it. I hear you. I understand. You may not have gone through all the same things that I went through, but I understand. My question is the actions. Did you forgive the fact that, you know what, you didn't know any better? All these things that you did to me, you perpetrated onto me because you didn't know any better, because those are the things that you went through and you did not take the time to heal, which has nothing to do with me, although you hurt me. Do you get it? You understand?
Yeah, my dad did not. So I am answering your question. What I'm sharing with you has a beginning, middle, and end.
Of course.
And so I am answering your question. So no, I did not go through what you went through. No, my father never raped me. He was a good dad, and yet he still beat the shit out of me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to answer your question, yes, I forgave him. I did. But at the same time, when you're asking people if they have forgiven their father or mom, grandma, auntie, what have you, I think it is also advantageous to know what you're asking them if they have forgiven them for. And I want it to be extremely clear to you on what it is you're asking. But
I
yes,
thought I was, I thought I was clear, because I was speaking on the actions of whatever it may have been that caused discomfort or hurt to you, because I've gone through the same thing. Like, I definitely get what you're saying.
Cars coming. Yeah. Yeah, I forgave my dad, but my dad was a good dad, but he did what he knew.
Mm-hmm.
He did what he knew, and he was stressed out. But I do think
does anybody else understand? Does anybody else want to, like, do you get what I'm asking? Because I think
am I not answering your question?
I think you're wanting me to be, like, more specific, to pinpoint a certain thing, and it's not a certain thing to pinpoint. It's an overall blanket, because that's how life was, right? Because yes, same here. If my brother ever cried, if anything ever happened to him, who got their ass beat for it? Me. Who got their ass beat for breathing? Me. Like, like, I definitely get it.
So I'm not 100% sure on what I'm missing. I was painting a picture for you,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not sure of what I'm missing right now in this moment.
Hi guys.
I think it's just a matter of miscommunication, because essentially, y'all, you're asking the question that you're asking Aquarian about if she forgave her father, you know what I'm saying, like, just holistically speaking, for, like, you know what I'm saying, the abuse she experienced, or even the burdens, the burden of responsibility that she had to take up for her other siblings, all of these different things that come with being, you know what I'm saying, the eldest, right?
Yes.
That is exactly, you know what I'm saying, what she is answering. She's saying that yes, she did forgive him. She forgave him for all of that, and she was able to essentially process, you know what I'm saying, the residual energy and heal from it, you know what I'm saying, upon forgiving and taking a look at it. There was a whole process, you know what I'm saying, that came with it. And it didn't just happen overnight. It wasn't just something that, you know what I'm saying, transpired in the blink of a day. As we know, those things don't happen. A lot of the times, that type of internal healing is very deep, and it comes in stages. So, you awaken to, oh, okay, this is why, you know what I'm saying, so for example, she mentioned that, like, anytime somebody would call her for help, she would drop everything to go and rescue them and to kiss their boo-boos and stuff, right?
Yes.
And essentially, you know what I'm saying, it was because, you know what I'm saying, that type of, you know what I'm saying, subconscious reaction, you know what I'm saying, was where, her nervous system was responding from a place of reactive, and being in survival mode, you know what I'm saying, checking for safety, because she had already been trained in her early childhood that if something goes wrong, even if it's not your fault, you're responsible for it, and you're going to get in trouble. So you better save the day, or you better fix it, or it's going to cost you your behind.
Right.
And so, like, even with me, what I'm saying, like I had to tell her, what I'm saying, one time, like, hey sis, why are you trying to hurry up and jump to so and so rescue? They don't need to be saved. They don't need to be saved. And guess what? You don't have to sacrifice yourself for their well being. And guess what? If you choose yourself, the universe isn't going to open up a can of ass whooping for you because you chose yourself and you decided not to run in and save the day. It is okay. They keep repeating these type of lessons and finding themselves in these type of situations and circumstances because they're not learning their lessons. And they're not learning their lessons because they know that they can call you or they can call somebody else. You see what
To
I'm
come
saying?
save them. Yes.
In the family.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, in the family or in the community to save them.
And so we were talking about initially the story got diverted. Aquarian Virgo star, when you asked if I had forgiven my father.
Yeah.
Because we were actually talking about overdoing and not having a balance. And
Wow.
the key is still being balanced, and we were wanting to make sure that all of our brothers and sisters are loving themselves to balance. And Sada E, thank you for sharing, because I didn't know where I was missing Aquarian Virgo star.
Yes, absolutely.
I did forgive my father, even though there are still impacts, right?
Definitely.
Yes. And that forgiveness is so important because it does show up in other areas of life, like especially like and it doesn't, and what I'm saying, either way it goes. For one, forgiveness is for yourself.
Exactly.
But also, like, when it comes to this whole parental thing, some of us have had mommy issues, have had daddy issues, and it does take its course and play a huge role in our relationship dynamics, whether they are romantic or platonic, whether they are, what I'm saying, whether it manifests in the working environment. It does show up and it does impact you and others. So, and one thing that I'm not interested in doing is I'm not interested in exchanging traumas with nobody.
And not only that, and somebody may have had it worse. If you want to put something on a scale, right? Let's look at Michael Jackson, for instance. Someone can say all those children got beat and molested, right? But it impacted him differently, right? So we don't want to minimize somebody else's trauma because it may not, in parentheses, it may not have been as worse as somebody else's. It was still pretty bad. It has
just because the action may not have been severe doesn't mean that the feeling that they feel
exactly.
Yeah, because some people are not equipped and cannot be exposed to the same extent of traumatic action, if you will, that others are, but it does not mean that it doesn't impact them immensely to the same depths. There are things that some people experience and they come up out of these type of events and it seems as though they're unscathed. It seems as though they're normal and they're fine and they're able to function, right? And then you have other people that can go through those same course of events and they absolutely lose it. And they never recover. You got some people that lose it and aren't able to recover.
Yes.
So there's, what I'm saying, different strokes for different folks, but yeah, it is what it is in that regard.
And so one of the things I did want us to circle back to before Aquarian Virgo start asking if I forgave my dad, sometimes what you're feeling in your body is telling you that you're coming out of balance and you're teeter-tottering on the edge of needing to go somewhere and sit down. And so it's still relevant, right? What we're talking about is kind of still relevant, and we want to make sure we don't miss the message. And thank you for asking if I had forgiven my father, Aquarian Virgo star. I forgave him. There was a lot in that.
Yes.
but I forgave him. And had he had a healthy way to process his trauma, he would still be alive. So I think that was the point I was making when you asked if I had forgiven him.
Hey, Rare Jim. Hey, Frequency Weaver. Welcome to the live.
Audrey, were you gonna say something? I'm gonna get off the live in a minute. Were you gonna say something, Audrey?
Not chosen, not talking about something that's common sense. Boy, bye. Don't come in
What do
here
you
with
say?
that.
What do you say was common sense?
I don't know, and I don't care, because don't come in here with that type of energy, and you ain't contributed nothing. You're dismissed. Thomas, that's common sense. Why are you here?
But yeah, even though I had forgiven my father, Aquarian Virgo star, girl, I was still running from my brothers and sisters until I had that situation with vertigo. And I, you know,
Because putting our health, because when it comes to always, I want to say people pleasing, or always dropping our things to go do for everyone else except ourselves, we put our health in danger.
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That's what I did. And I wouldn't do it for anyone else, but it would show up for family.
Right.
Big time. And my family knew it too. Yeah.
And
Hey, I love
took
you guys. I
advantage
want
of
to
it.
stay on, but I gotta go off. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying, do you feel like they took advantage of that?
So my husband said something that I was offended about 9 years ago. And he probably would say yes. Sadae probably would say yes. Audrey probably would say yes. So we just gotta let them speak for themselves. I think it could be a yes. I'm not sure. I also think it was my role. So one of the things my husband said to me, he said, "That's your role. Your role is to be the family mule."
Be the
And
what?
when the family mule,
That's like that. So I understand.
Yeah, Mule, Rashad. And I was offended. I was offended when he initially told me. And even the situation my sister and I just got out of last year, my husband had to watch me, be completely silly in this moment. And when I came out, he looked at me and said, "You done being pimped by your sister?"
Girl,
And of course,
okay.
I remember that because we were on a live. It was a private live. I think Sandra may have been on it. It was a private live with us ladies. And it's a lot of things that went on in that live. And I was sharing how things showed up for me and how I needed to drastically change my life. And so often we can show up with our heart. And sometimes we have to have armor. And that's what I mean by balance. We always love and light, peace and peace and peace, but it shouldn't always be love and light. Sometimes you got to have some darkness too.
Okay.
When you just talking about this,
I
Sadae.
told y'all. I told
kind of missed what
y'all.
the conversation was about. But one thing that I can say is I have these three things that I go into the world. Is it for me? Is it for fun? And is it for free? And those are my three questions. And if it ain't one of those things, then I don't want nothing to do with it. But I just got here, so I'm not too sure what the conversation is. I've been running around. I'm supposed to be making French toast right now. Forgive me for interrupting.
I want some French toast. I feel away.
Girl, you can't have French toast right now.
I know
I wouldn't
it.
mind having some juice.
I know it.
I know. I just gotta make it. I can't even indulge.
No, I know. Anyhow, but yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Rashad.
Yeah, thank you for sharing it, because it is on topic too. Because I had just did a reading, and one of the main highlights of the reading is, whatever it is that you're asking for, that you're expecting to receive from the universe, that you're working toward, you need to make sure that it's in alignment, with your true self, with your soul path, with your soul purpose, with your destiny, and that, you need to count the cost for what you're asking for. You need to make sure that you're willing to pay the price, to manifest what it is you're expecting to receive. Because a lot of people, have this grandiose vision that they want this and they want that and da and they want to be this and they want to be that, but they don't want to exercise and develop the discipline and consistency required to get there, and they certainly don't want to make the sacrifices.
I think a lot of us ain't selfish enough. I think
Yeah.
that's the issue with life. We're not selfish, and we go into everything being selfless, and then we lie to people, because once you become like too selfless, then you try to appease to other people. But when you're selfish, you go into every situation being honest with people. If it's not benefiting me in no way whatsoever, why would I do this? I don't want you to change. I appreciate you for being like who you are, but this is my path and my journey, and nothing's gonna stop me because I'm only focused on myself.
And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. A lot of us are not selfish enough, and even that has a lot to do with societal conditioning and with upbringing as well, which is where we first learn how to value ourselves, and then as we mature into our adult life, it is our responsibility to reframe that and to reparent ourselves. And part of that reparenting and reframing how we value ourselves, how we prioritize, our needs and validating our validating our needs and our desires, without needing permission is vital to, the overarching aspect of self-love, because you're not going to attract, and manifest what, your expected outcome when you're sitting up here in a state of deprivation and denial. You have to get to a point where you can look at things without putting on those rose-colored glasses and say, you know what? This right here has not been working for me. Yes, it felt comfortable, but it has been comfortable. It has been a temporary comfort. It's only comfortable for this amount of time. This is simply merely a band-aid that I'm putting over an open wound, and it's not working because it's not healing. 222 on the clock. So, and thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, and so when you get to a point where you stop playing with yourself, then you won't allow for other people to play with you either. And you'll be comfortable to cut whatever seemingly, losses, that you need to cut, because every sacrifice is not necessarily a loss. A lot of these things that we have to sacrifice to become who we're destined to be and to get to where we're supposed to be, and fulfill our life path or our mission here. Realistically speaking, it's a gain. Because in making those sacrifices and in being disciplined and showing up consistently for yourself, you gain an open access and more room to allow and permit what does align with you, what is going to be conducive to your soul mission to come in and to manifest and to multiply. It can't multiply, if you got these other things that's taking up space and taking up, if you got all of this clutter and disharmony and disorganization and confusion in the mix, that's chaos. And you have to get to a point where, okay, chaos is present. Let me go ahead and put some order up in here. This needs to go. That needs to go. This needs to come in. This belongs here, that belongs there. And that is the way that you start orchestrating and alchemizing and manifesting and creating the life that you desire. Things can be born from chaos, out of chaos, but you still need to have order and structure. And you can't have that without the discipline and consistency, and without that enlightenment, without having those hard truths and going within and having that time to yourself and connecting back to, source, and connecting, to your higher realms and so on and so forth, and eliminating distractions. The only enablers that you should be having in your circle are people that are enabling you through empowerment to walk in your truth and in your divinity according to your divine purpose. If it's not that, it's time to cut the cords and cut the ties and stop playing around.
That part. Okay, so I usually don't watch TV, right? But there's a show on Netflix called The Witcher that I watched. And you said things can be born out of chaos. And the thing that just came, a scene played in my mind. And there's a woman, I think her name is Jessica. Yeah, the name Jessica is coming to mind. And she was born a certain way. She asked to be pretty, right? And then but years down the road, she was learning chaos magic, and there was war on her town, there was so many things going wrong, and she let loose this chaos, right? And the chaos was flame, was fire, and it burnt everything down to the freaking ground. And they built anew after everything was said and done. So I feel like when you say things can be born from chaos, new beginnings do come from things being burnt down to ash, because the ash makes room, is like the foundation for new growth.
Yes, exactly. It's refinement. I mean, thank you for the gifts, Audrey. Audrey in the house. Woo woo. But yes, that is absolutely correct. And sometimes they had things. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, like these old timelines, these old paradigms that don't serve you. You know what I'm saying. If you pay attention to the patterns, oftentimes they become discombobulated and destroyed and torn down through chaos.
Absolutely.
And then after the chaos comes the peace, because you have a new slate and opportunity to rebuild and restructure it accordingly.
Exactly. I feel like I'm going through that right now. Like, I'm definitely going through that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Rashad.
I don't know. They stepped down, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, I had to check on some things on the back end.
Peace, everybody.
Peace and blessing.
Peace, Amber.
So I'm actually going through that right now with the chaos. As far as a year ago, like in August. Yeah, the end of August going into September. So before that, in July, I had lost my mom, right? She passed away. And literally while I'm cleaning out her apartment, I had a electrical fire in my house literally like a month later. So it basically reset. And at first I was like, man, you thinking that it's like one thing after another, but it really was a reset for new things to come in for me, for things that I wanted. It may not, it didn't play out the way I thought it would play out. But it's playing out how it's supposed to be, in the sense where now when you're getting warnings like, say, hey, pay attention, and you just ignore it.
Thank you so
So
much.
now it's like, wow. So now I pay attention more, like, whoa, because, like, for instance, so my electrical fire was due to a faulty deep freezer that I had purchased. It was like brand new, less than 4 months old. So the first time I came into my house and to my basement, because that's where it was, the door was open and nobody said they opened the door. So I closed the door. I basically lost everything in there, all the food, had to throw it out. Second time, it was open again. This time I caught it. And I'm like, well, nobody opened the door, nobody was home, and all this happened. And they're like, well, okay, so maybe it's something wrong. Maybe it was a tilt or something going on. The suction ain't right. We close it again. Third time, gave me that third time, saying, hey, the door was open again. Nobody left it open. Fast forward after that third time, that's when the electrical fire happened. So basically, my warning was there. I didn't pay attention.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing about that is that before the fire department got there, the pipe burst and was getting rid of the fire before the fire department got there. And to also say too, because I'm going through that now, like my husband, we talked about this, and this is great that you're on this topic because it's needed because it's happening to all of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we have to focus on us first, and then when we're done with us, spread ourselves out. We're spreading ourselves too thin, and then that happens where we end up getting a cold or sick, and our body starts breaking down. But then when our body starts breaking down and we're sick, the people that we are helping are nowhere to be found and say, hey, can I bring you a bowl of soup? Can I get you something to hydrate?
Yeah.
So you have to be mindful and pick and choose, and you can't be, like you say, you can't be apologetic for focusing on you and making sure you good.
That is something that I have had to work on for myself. It just like y'all pointed out earlier, like, stop apologizing for taking your risk when you need your risk, And it's something that because see, I didn't used to apologize for it, but it had been so many times that I have found where, I'm taking my rest and honoring my mind and body and what my needs are. And then, what I'm saying, it be people having the, what I'm saying, ugly things to say or projecting, what I'm saying, onto me in some type of way. And I'm like, well, dang, like, what's up with that? And I got so tired of hearing it that it just became something that became like subliminal. And so now I'm having to deprogram from that. Thank you so much for all of the heart taps. We have 66.3K heart taps, y'all. I'm truly grateful. Shout out to Audrey. She has loaded me up with gifts. Aquarian has loaded me up with gifts. Who else has loaded me up with gifts on here? Amarielle, Divine. All of y'all have really loaded me up with gifts. Thank y'all so much. This is amazing.
And Audrey sent another heart.
Okay. And thank y'all for y'all daily heart taps too. I really need those.
How do you send the daily heart taps?
You tap on that orange heart that's at the top by my name, and then it'll ask you if you want to send your daily heart and stuff, and then you go back in and you claim your rewards for doing it.
Does it say join?
Yeah.
It says something about a fan. Come look at
that.
Hey guys,
join my super fan. I became a title gifter for. How do I get to where I can celebrate people though?
I
Because I
enjoyed the
want
conversation, guys. I enjoyed the conversation. Aquarian Virgo Star, I enjoyed your question and answering. Amber, peace, what's up? I'm getting ready to head out, y'all, but I wanted to come on here and show some love.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't think I have the energy to stay much longer.
Mm.
I
And
think
that's
Saturday
okay.
froze a little bit. What'd you say, Aquarian Virgo? I
And
think
that's
Saturday
okay.
froze a little bit. What'd you say, Aquarian Virgo?
Ma'am.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you very
welcome.
much. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of this live and go get myself together, relax a little bit. Sandra and Amber, are you guys gonna be able to meet with me Sunday? If you need to change, let me know. Okay.
I'm good.
You said you too, Amber?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. All right, I wanted to wait till Sada E came back. I love y'all, okay? I'm getting ready to get off.
We love
And I hope
you.
Sada E can get off too so she can rest because she needs it. But
Indeed.
I know this is something she likes to do. All right, talk to y'all soon. Peace, y'all.
yeah, y'all. Of
Did
course,
y'all,
my phone was acting stupid. So anyway,
did y'all see Sada E? Did y'all see Sada E in with beauty shirt?
oh yeah, okay. Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
Let's see it.
They actually see it again, Sada E.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's sweet. Nice. Where could we get one?
Okay.
It made me smile when I saw you. Y'all really want one?
Yeah, I thought it was
I'd
appropriate
love
for.
to have one.
I thought it was appropriate for
Sure.
today moving forward. Let's be clear.
I'll send you one,
I
Sandra.
love the look.
Right?
Yes.
I was like,
Oh,
you
it
want
looked
one?
like a Chris. That's a Chris shirt.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, I enjoyed y'all. I'm getting ready to get off this live, though. I feel a little bit better than I did a few minutes ago. But yeah,
Good.
that's my body. That's my body's way of saying, yeah, you're making the right choice. Get your ass off this live. Oh, relax.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord.
Sada E, man. Sada E, answer your phone, shouty. But I
I
guess you
will
can't
answer
answer the
my
phone
I
if
will
you're on
be
the
answering
live.
my phone. No, because it's time for me to, you know what I'm saying, go ahead and wrap it up too. Um I'm trying to make sure I get to my 100K heart taps first though.
Get to your 100K tabs.
Yeah, get to my 100K taps
Hey,
first.
Christine.
And I need to get my 20 roses so I meet all my live goals. So, you know, that's just a part of me being disciplined, making sure that I meet my live goals. That's it.
That's good. I'm proud of you.
Mm-hmm. But we have
You're
8.
doing good.
Yeah. So I'm happy. I'm grateful.
Yeah, hey, y'all send us some good energy. We're having our grand opening January 1st at 1 p.m. Audrey's gonna come up.
Yes,
So send us some
55.
love and some energy. We just celebrated a merger.
Are you
So we
opening
are
a storefront or what is it?
yeah, so basically it is a spa called City Spa in Atlanta. Sada E is gonna be ran by Sada E. Who is a certified Ayurvedic wellness counselor. And what we do is we practice alternative body sculpting modalities, but really what it is a detoxing modality. That's really what it is. And so Sadai is going to be on one of our local news stations for our press release. I've been doing the radio interview, so we're gonna do it really big. So it's a multimillionaire that we've joined with, who asked us to actually relocate from where we were to come join her. So it's a big deal. She had gotten a 3-hour service with Sadai, and then she liked her.
That's amazing. Oh, congratulations to you both.
Thank you. So make sure that y'all go ahead and book y'all flights and book y'all services to come on out.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Yes, come on out, book y'all flights and stuff. We would love to have
Congratulations on the
y'all.
opening.
Yes, even if y'all can't make it to the grand opening, because it is coming on January 1st, y'all can put it on y'all calendars to come out and visit at some point this year. We would love to have y'all, and we certainly would love to serve y'all.
Yes, most definitely. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much for the congratulations. Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my audience and to all of my participants on the panel. We have 70,000, 70,000 point, is that 3 or 0.5? 70,000.3 heart taps. I have been given and been blizzed out with a plethora of gifts on this live. Yes, everybody, please do tap the screen. Yes, everybody, make sure that you're liking the live, sharing the live, and just being an outstanding participant, an outstanding a preferred engager. I think that's what they call it on TikTok, isn't it, y'all? High quality engager. Yes, high quality engagement.
It's proper energy exchange.
It is. It is. It's a proper energy exchange. Yeah, I really am proud of myself though, because I mean, I did it today. I did it.
Did and did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why was I getting ready to say who left? Duh, Inward Beauty just left.
Yes, let's drive up those likes. Y'all double tap the screen. Yeah.
Mhm.
She said 100,000. She said 100K.
Yeah, at least
Get on there. Let's
100K.
get on there. Everybody in here need to be tapping the screen. Everybody.
Everybody, okay?
Everybody.
Okay.
Use
What?
both them thumbs. Tap, 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 tap.
Right. How Audrey, how things going over there with you? How everything going your way, sis?
Hey, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Okay. Okay. You enjoying this weather today?
It's cloudy over here where the sun trying to come out a little bit.
Yeah, the sun. I mean, well, y'all can see the sun is definitely out over here. Shoot, I think I'm gonna end up going outside today and do some sunbathing on my balcony, y'all, for real.
As you should. Yes.
Yeah.
No
I think I
sun,
am
no
gonna.
dew.
I'm gonna see if I can photosynthesize like the plants.
Oh, and will.
Yes.
No photosynthesizing over here, honey.
Okay.
Drink your chlorophyll. Drink your chlorophyll.
Okay.
Gotta do how
Okay.
to
Cannot go wrong when you go green.
That part.
You guys, not to be off topic a little bit, have you guys ever heard that song like "Rock with It"? What how you go? It's like a certain dance. I think it's called "Rock with It." I'm getting it all mixed up. But anyway, I'm saying this all to say that I've been having Lisa's song on play like repeat. This song right here.
I'm about to say which one.
Okay.
Yes. Ah, yes.
Listen,
I gotta I'm gonna listen to it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, activation. When the sun disappears.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
when the sun disappears, yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. I've been having that on
Yes.
repeat.
Listen,
Yes.
this the type of song you gotta make an one of them faces.
Yeah,
Like
I'm a
Yes.
I've been
it
wanting
can't
to
be
do.
cute. It can't be
Okay,
a cute
no, it
face.
can't be cute. It can't be cute.
Nah.
Not at
No,
all.
it can't be no
One of
cute
the
face.
mugs, okay? Yes. The lip up and everything.
Okay.
Sarai, when you were doing your reading, you were talking about like certain entities that try to keep you, hold you down and keep you held back. And some, like you said, that you had sensed like some of those entities as well.
Yes.
Yeah. How do we like detach from those? Like, or how, like, what can we do to like even,
There's a contract that I Am God Frequency said that she was going to put up as a post.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't know where that post is, but I am waiting for that post is to cut all contracts, I believe. To
Yes.
sever contracts. I'm waiting for that post. It's part of my journey that I'm supposed to be doing.
so like I did work, like we did, a class with Lisa and we did work on that as well. But there's like sometimes where I feel like there's certain things that are still fighting against me. Like, do we continuously just say those decrees all the time? Like, or once we say them and we've cut those contracts, they're gone? Or do they keep
What
trying
you
to?
need so when you sever contracts and you cut cords, you still need to do, you know what I'm saying, put up a protection
Cleansing and
barrier. You need to
cleansing and
you know what I'm
protection.
saying, you need to reinforce with a protection barrier. So I don't Audrey, you might be able to elaborate more on that for like the spellbreaker candles and things of that nature. I don't know if
Which I will be ordering.
yes, but that type of work, like when you're doing removals and cord cuttings and stuff like that, like you always want to make sure that you're following up with, you know what I'm saying, protection. Um, with a
Yeah.
protection ritual, because otherwise you leave yourself open for it to return, you know what I'm saying, or for things to linger.
That was the
You know,
that was the
Or
main
for something
reason.
else to swoop in.
Right. That was the
right.
main reason for the creation of the spell breakers candles. Well, flame technology. We don't call them candles. We
Yes.
call them flame technology.
Hmm.
Totally different from anything that is out on the market, because what that people give when you go, normal. It has been the norm to buy a flame. I'm gonna call them flames, but to buy them and not get something to go behind it. So you have to seal it, protect it, activate it, whatever it is you're doing, and that is the reason why the flame technology was created. And it's in a duo. You can't get one. You can't do one without the other one. Somebody's selling you a abundance candle, a money candle. Then there has to be an activation. You're clearing the air for whatever, but there has to be an activation to go with it, or as Sarai said, a seal or protection. It just depends on what it is we're doing as to what we're gonna call the second candle. It's an activation. It could be a sealer, protection, or whatever, but it always should be a duo. You can't just do one thing and not.
Not the other, because it
Yeah,
has to be balanced, you know what I'm saying.
it has
And
to be it has to be balanced in everything that we've been receiving, because I have participated myself. I have done. Well, I won't say I have done it myself. I've always been taught to seal whatever it is that's been done. But with the flame technology, then we have it both in candles. Yeah, we do it with a candle. or yeah, I do it with something else, a different type of thing. But with the spell breakers, we have the flame technology, but um haven't always done it with everything that I've ever done for myself. So when you know better, you move better, you do different, you move differently. So now that we're getting more knowledge about what we're doing, how we're doing it, now it's time to level up. So that, it's like she said, you do the work, and then you don't seal it, or you don't activate something that you've done, then it's not gonna work. It's not working, or if it does, it's temporary. You don't get that permanence. It doesn't seal. It's temporary. It ain't gonna last.
Right. And another thing too, especially when you're doing like, cord cuttings, cord breakings, removals and stuff like that, you want to make sure that, what I'm saying, even after you've sealed it and stuff like that, when the work is done, go ahead and do it and follow up with a spiritual bath to take care of any residual energy. Because sometimes things will try to hold on to you, you know what I'm saying? Or even like, you know what I'm saying, like that small little remnant of stuff that's lingering over in the cracks that maybe you wasn't paying attention to when you was doing the work or whatever. Because, and this is another reason why it's so important to be mindful and to be clear, to be intentional when you are doing your work.
Yeah. And you can do your own work. And if you don't know, that's why we're offering with the offering the spell breaker consultation, so that you can get the right flame technology, you can get the right knowledge. There's other work, just like she was saying about, mentioned about the spiritual bath.
Yeah.
Spiritual baths. Now, I always, at the end of anything I do, do that. And then there's even a way,
But what
there's
goes
even
in
a
this with the spiritual bath?
it
It
just
depends on the intentions and the purpose. So that
it
was
depends.
something that required like a consultation as well.
Mm-hmm. It just depends on what you're doing, with that. And then there's a certain, everybody has there are different techniques. But I will, one thing I learned to do, and I have found it to be effective when I do it. Um, I know, you stay in it. It's got, the water's got to be very, hot. Um, and you sit in it for as long. Well, you sit in it till the water you sit in it till the water turns cold,
Yep.
and you let the water. You don't get out. You let the water run out, because you're releasing the things, and you have to let the water sit in it till the water runs out before you get out. Don't get up when you're, the water's cold, or you've been released, because then there's a difference. You can be released before, and you'll feel it, or you sitting there till the water runs out, and then you shower the residual off, and you dry. It's just a lot of, nuances to doing a spiritual bath. There is one of Tawaya's favorite books. What is that book? um I got it in here. I got it, y'all. Let me, and I'll show you what it looks like. It's a good book to put in your uh library.
Is
Let
that
me.
the book we were supposed to be reading together?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think it is. No. Jambalaya.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And start, guys. Start. You can. You are your own magic. You. Okay. You are your own magic. Um, Mentoring. Get a mentor. Someone you can learn under. You know, or if you felt led to for that person to be your mentor. Let me turn my camera on so you guys can see what the book looks like, and start collecting. You know, when somebody share, wrong thing, share. Okay, this is the book. That's what it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get this book. Put it in your library. That's one of many. But get this. Very good book. I don't think she minds me. We don't gatekeep over here.
Okay, we don't.
We don't gatekeep certain things, and that's something that I'm going to be speaking on here um in the new year, Quantum Kingdom, and something else that I'm creating about what is gatekeeping, because people have a misconception of, we know what gatekeeping is, but why? And there are different whys to why people, you know, the most common one is because I don't want to share. No, I don't want you to know what I know.
Right.
But that's not all gatekeeping is. So I'm going to do a deep dive into gatekeeping here real soon. But yeah, get this great book. It has, I think it has talks about spiritual baths in here. Talks about a lot of different things in here. Good book to have in your
Library.
in your library. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Thank you
then
for
I
sharing.
also offer spiritual baths through Love Me First.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I offer spiritual baths, like in person spiritual baths. I do the work, and then I also offer, like, you know what I'm saying, spiritual baths that I make too. So that's that for Love Me First.
This was a
And
good
that's something.
topic. We don't talk about this enough.
Mm-hmm.
Where people don't, about spreading yourself thin, and basically making sure you don't making sure you take care of you and your household first before you go out, even rather if it's family or not, because family will run you and run you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know that the home don't just extend to like the physical presence, like as far as like the builder, you know what I'm saying, the building construct. Home is literally the self.
Yeah.
That is your first house. Your first house of identity, of self. So yeah, you're right.
You gotta take care of that. And it is, you know, there are things that are said that we see because we're all out here on the internet, all out here on social media, um, looking, searching, for things that resonate with us, our journey and what we're doing. In that, and we consume a lot of things and information that um un mm, not we consume it, whether we say it has gotten in our spirit. It has, because we saw it. It's there, even though we may not acknowledge it, or it might not be something that we're going to use. Everything, we are a filter for everything that, you know, we have the senses, our eyes, ears, smell, so all of those things. And one of my biggest things that I like to share with people, and I want you guys, everybody, when I have the opportunity to share, that is in taking some time for yourself. And when you're taking some time for yourself, you need to do some self-reflection. You need to do I used to call them, I don't call them that, I haven't gotten me a new name, but I will. I used to call them self checks. Every so often I would do a self check, sit down and check on me. Am I operating, is the current things that I'm operating in, are they working for me? Or if they are still working for me? Because as we gain knowledge, as we know better and do better, then things that we were doing stop working for us. You know how, and we all have had this experience. We had a certain thing that will always work, and now that circumstance situation come up where I know I can go to do this because that always work, and it ends up not working because it's not supposed to. You elevate it, and
Yeah.
we never stop. We'll try to keep knocking at it, doing it, and just making things worse because we have not realized that we've elevated. So that's one of the reasons why I started doing self checks. Hey, if this is, things are not working, then it's something I need to change. What is that? I don't know. Sit still, be still. I sit in silence. I don't do so. I'll move away from social media for a while. I don't look at any social media. I don't listen to any music. I don't watch any TV. I barely watch that. But, don't watch any TV or anything like that. And I sit down so I can hear from my higher self, from my oversoul, so I can hear from source, which is always speaking, but we're always not in tune or in a place where we're hearing because we allow the things that we do, that we're caught up in, control and get us out of line and get us out of sync with things. And that's in everything. I have learned and noticed that the things that I used to um give life to, that I shouldn't be giving life to, once I learned not to give, trusted, trusted, and knew that I was going to be okay if I didn't make this move over here, and that the nothing was, when I say nothing was going to happen, nothing negative about was going to happen because I didn't do this, then I'm cool. I'm straight. I'm okay. You know, that's even with people that we have in our lives. I don't care who it is, doctors, lawyers, and chiefs, cousins, mamas, daddies, sisters, brothers, besties, or whatever. Those people change too. And when it's time to let them go, we have to let them go. And when it comes to those we love, when I say let them go, not to the extent, well, I don't fuck with you no more. Like that. It just have to be extreme. But it's not I have to let them go in a certain type of way. I still love you. I love you from a distance, as a southern vernacular. The old folks used to say, you love them with you can
Feed them with a long handed spoon.
feed them with a long handled spoon. Spoon, y'all know what that means. A spoon long, and you just stick it out, and that's how far the reach is right there. So it's all of that, and we have to, as we continue to grow on our spiritual journey, we have to check ourselves, and we have to trust ourselves. When our higher self speaks, then we have to trust that. We have to go with that. And that's a part of the when I was listening to it, and I resonated with it. A young lady was talking about how when we want to do something new and we don't start it, it's not because we're lazy, or it's not because of procrastination. It's because our subconscious mind is keeping us safe.
Wow, that was liberating. I've heard that before, but
You know,
sometimes we need to hear things that we already know or that we've heard before to be reminded. Good Lord, that was
yeah,
that was liberating for me, because I mean that has been a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like I cannot tell y'all how many times, you know what I'm saying, people have counted me out as being lazy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
during times that I was in like immense healing processes. But
Mm-hmm.
because, you know what I'm saying, they see me doing certain things or not doing certain things, they're like, oh, she lazy, she ain't gonna get nowhere. Like, just, just definitely being, you know what I'm saying, every bit of a naysayer, um,
Hey.
and
Well,
Pharisee, and, you know what I'm saying, so on and so forth.
yeah, I see you doing this over here, but you're supposed to be doing that over there. Well, that over there might be something different, might be something new, and we have to realize that. I why okay. I know I need to be doing this because I do it all the time. I know I need to be doing this over here. I should be doing this over here because I know I've already been shown what it's going to do, what it's going to be, but I don't, there are some things that I don't immediately jump to. And it's because I learned that, okay, well, why am I not? Because there's no reason for me not to. There's nothing blocking me. There's nothing stopping me. The door is wide open. Why am I not doing anything about it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's because our subconscious is keeping us, okay, well, that's something new, that's different, that's a change, and it's not used to that. And that's where we need to that comes in with that self-check. I okay, something, let me be still a minute. What's going on? What's the problem, if
You
there's a
know,
problem?
something that I just recently came across as well is, when we're starting to do something, we should keep it to ourselves, because if we tell it to somebody and they're not in alignment with it or an understanding with it, they
Mm-hmm.
can just throw off that vibe for it, that frequency for it, because
Absolutely.
they're just sending that negative frequency into it.
Yep.
You're right about that, and I would like to just use this analogy as an example. But I remember like back in the day, and I say this like I'm an old head, and I'm not, but I remember back in the day, like there was this thing where like when a woman would find out that she has conceived child, she would keep it a secret until what I'm saying, like what second, sometimes even the third trimester, because sometimes speaking on that conception too soon, you know what I'm saying, or letting the wrong people know inadvertently, you know what I'm saying, that hey, I'm expecting, you know what I'm saying, I've conceived, would cause, you know what I'm saying, would cause a misfortune, would cause um oh my gosh, what is it called, y'all know what I'm talking about, where she basically
A
basically
miscarriage.
her body would, yes, thank you, a miscarriage, yes, because my brain is processing so much information right now. Yeah, would cause her to have like a premature miscarriage, and so I mean, honestly, you know what I'm saying, we should treat our goals and our desires and manifestations as such in a very similar way, because yes, people can send the wrong energy, whether they intend to or not, and snuff it out when it's in the era. You know what I'm saying? In the seeding era of its manifestation.
Again, I'm grateful that this conversation, this topic came up because I am dealing with this right now on my own. For me, like
Hmm.
dealing with change and knowing that okay, this worked for so long, but not until it doesn't work anymore, and you have to do something else.
Yes, you do. I dealt with that.
Yeah, we
And
all do.
sometimes it do take a while. It can be very frustrating and
And
disheartening and even discouraging, you know what I'm saying? Because oftentimes when that happens, we're not already prepared to, you know what I'm saying, just jump into something else and then it just clicks. It's like
Hmm.
this whole journey of finding, well, and discovering, well, what is gonna work.
yeah, and in that transition stage, it's kind of difficult, because like you said, maybe you're not prepared to jump into something new, but you're not in alignment with what you're doing right now either.
No, it no longer serves you. When we're
Right.
doing that type of work, that's work we do. We should be doing regularly. I do it with the cycles, with the moon cycles, full moon, the new moon.
Mhm.
I do it with those cycles because, as women, we have cycles. And in this realm, there are seasons and cycles, and you have to, look at when you look at things that way, you know, you have to. That's what you have to do when you're releasing and you're purging. When we're releasing, when we're purging, when we're getting rid of people, places, and things that no longer serve us, and we say those things, and then we still do certain things that's attached to those things, and wonder why they're not working. Well, you said you wanted to be released from that. You said the things that are no longer serving you, and
Mhm.
we don't realize sometimes when we're asking that what we're asking. I've learned you have to learn to be you when you're asking that, then you better know what you're asking, because you might be doing something you and not realizing it. It's a thing that you need that don't serve you no more. And then when it comes up and it's ready to be used or whatever the case may be, and it's not working, and you wondering why it's not, well, you asked for that to be you asked to be released from that. You
Right.
asked you asked for that to go. It is no longer serving you. You are no longer in that place anymore. So that don't work. That ain't working. And that's why it ain't working. It no longer serves you.
And sometimes that can be things that bring comfort, especially
Absolutely.
in your comfort. And usually it is going to be things found in your places of familiarity and comfort zones.
Absolutely.
Ain't
Things
that the
that
truth?
habits. Yeah,
Hmm.
comfortable, or habits that you don't realize that you don't realize it anymore. It's a habit that's just like brushing your teeth. When you get up in the morning and you get up in the morning, whatever that routine is, you don't even think about that anymore.
Yep.
You don't think about those routines anymore. It's just automatic. And there are other things that we do that are automatic that you probably don't even think about. And if you stop right now and think about it, like, oh, well, I do that all the time. I, when I catch myself, I switch up my routine, because that's a paradigm. That's one of my other things that I love, and that's a paradigm shift. When you're doing paradigm shift, is when you want to change something, when you want to break up the monotony of something. A few of us went through a course that in Quantum Kingdom. I think a couple of us, besides me, Amber and
Hmm.
Sandra, we went through that. We took that course. I don't know. Did you take it, Amber?
Trying to think which one, because I did take one.
The
Was it the
promise.
The
spiral
promise or the
The
or the
promise.
spiral?
promise?
The Promise. I didn't do the second one. I did the first one.
Oh, well, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
this one
I
was.
wanted to
I
do the
mean, there
second one.
was. It's coming up. She's gonna do it again. And anybody in here under the sound of my voice, if you're in Quantum Kingdom, if you're not in there, get in there, because whenever she does that course again, and she's going to do it, she's been talking about it. Don't know when, but it's gonna be at the first part of. It's gonna be in 2026. Don't know exactly when it's gonna when it's gonna come up, but go ahead in your mind. I don't know what the cost is gonna be, but get your coins together, because you need to be in it. Because when I tell you, it has been, it's life changing. It has been life changing.
Very life changing.
uh Sandra changed her name behind. There so many things have changed for people. They've elevated, and they see it that it really did something. So um and one of the things I'll share is that we did was, and that's something that's the paradigm shifting, and true paradigm shifting, doing something different, changing up your routine, how to do it. We talked about how to do it, and actively did it. And when I'm telling you, when you do that, it shakes some things up in your life.
Yeah.
And it begins to root up. It begins to root. It
Thank you
begins to
so
root up
much for the gifts.
those things, the people, the places, the things that that really need to go. I mean, even to the point of changing your location. That happened to some people who took the class. They changed their location. They literally moved to another state. You know, um, that happened for a couple of people. Change jobs happening. Change this a lot. Started a new thing. Found out their spiritual, their higher self name, because you have more than one, the name, all of those things. So we have to do things in saying that when we're talking about taking care of home, taking care of ourselves, we have to invest in ourselves. Investing in ourselves ain't free. We do the nails. Those of us that did it don't do it no more, but you did it. At one point, if you ever did the nails, did your feet, makeup, hair, all the things, we invested in ourselves physically, and you have to do the same spiritually. You have to invest in things. You have to invest in yourself. It gets kind of quirky. People get to the place where they don't want to invest in them in their spiritual walk, and it puzzles me when you don't want to invest in that, or you feel like you can't invest in that. But you have to sit and think about all the things that you really, 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 really wanted to do. You found the resources to do those things that you really, really, really wanted to do.
Our spiritual walk is our foundation. That's something that we should put first.
Yeah, when we discover it, when we wake up, as they say, when you're in your awakening and you start on that journey, absolutely what Sandra just said, absolutely that you got to invest. Just like I showed you guys this book, that's investing in your spiritual journey. When you're on social media, here on TikTok or wherever you are, and you passing somebody's live, or you see something and it catches your attention and it resonates with you, research it. If they're talking about some type of book, just like Sarai and I I didn't know about the book, but a book was mentioned in another chat we were in. I'm like, okay, never heard that book. I'm gonna get it. So that type of thing, that's spending, that's for me, for my consumption, for my walk, my spiritual journey. If somebody, because you got to make sure it's the right thing and it resonates with you. Nobody have to pressure you. I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna pay for how I'm gonna pay for this, because we figure out how to pay for other things. And I'm telling you, and I'm plugging and promoting it. Whenever Lisa says she's gonna get ready to teach the promise, get in there. I'm saving up I got a whole credit card waiting that ain't
Same.
even.
I'm going to retake it again too.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna be in the next one for sure.
She's gonna do another. She's creating a part 2 to it. So I she always says, if you're ever in her lives in Quantum Kingdom, if you're ever in her lives, well, mainly in our lives when we be in Quantum Kingdom, if you're ever in a position to where you can hear her talk, she said, you're watching me, she said, you watching me do part 2 in real time. You watching me do it. You watching me. Are you seeing me do it? She says that all the time. If it clicks, for those if it clicks with you in that manner.
Right.
So, in order for it to click, for you to get it, I mean, and what I loved about it is, and the way she did it this time, because it's very different from the first time when you took it, Amber. Even the second time when she did it, it's different. You absolutely are. She's being a guidance, but you are doing your own work, and I promise you, it makes a difference when you're really absolutely doing this deep work, uh, and doing this for yourself. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's very empowering.
Very much so. Hey, Twaya, you're back. Inward beauty.
Hey, I'm getting ready to go off. I can't reach you inside I eat, so I figured I'd come on here to find y'all.
Oh
It looks like
Lord.
you're ready to take a nap.
Child.
That's what I gotta do. And you can tell me what work y'all talking about later. All right, love y'all. I just want to see if y'all still on here.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm getting ready. Like, she look like she's ready to take a nap. I said I think
Yeah.
I'll be going through this. And what I was listening to somebody during this. We're in the winter solstice part. If we're feeling sleepy, we're supposed to be, because this is supposed to be the sun is not supposed to be up. The sun is resetting during this
Right, and
time.
it's not up either.
Right, and we're
It's time
resting.
for rest.
And
All
we're
right, love
supposed to
y'all.
be resting. The sun's
Love
not up.
you.
Love
Don't forget
you.
to tell me what y'all talking about. All right, peace.
All right, peace. You gotta be filming
Peace.
yourself.
I know it.
Mm-hmm.
The sun's not up. This is a time of rest. Twaya always says it as well. She and I have been friends for a very long time, and we've done businesses together, and we're doing businesses together now, and always talk about the seasons and the cycles. The winter time, we should not. We should be just like I want to be my
Like the
goal.
bears hibernating.
Like the bears, somewhere laying down, and when I wake up, my bank account, something done hit my bank account, because I worked for it to happen. I put the work in the spring and the summer. So the work I put in I shouldn't be having to keep doing the same. If I do the right kind of work, and if I set myself up correctly, I should be able to be resting and not have to worry about this, and this. And we have to work on getting ourselves in that position. You don't know. We have so many things that we rely on and depend on. And I tell you, over the past few years on this journey, and I've lost things, and I've realized what I can do without.
Yeah.
I didn't think I could do without this. I didn't think I could do without that. I was a big watch the news 24/7. As soon as I got up, I didn't think not being able to. Couldn't do without that. I had to know what was going on in the world. Now I don't care what they're doing, because it don't have nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
I hear the
And
things that I
that's
need to
another thing
hear.
that the ants do too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like the worker ants and stuff, they store all year. They go out there, they get what they need to get, and they store it up, because why? They know winter is coming, and they not finna be out here rounding about come wintertime. They go into a state of rest.
Right, because there are
And they
things
have
that are
plenty,
not
and
available.
they work as a team and gather as a unit.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, to make sure that everybody eats and there's
Right.
enough.
Because there are things that during this time that are, the earth is, is dead. Really, there's nothing growing. There's certain fruits and vegetables, although we can get them in the store, because they doing whatever they doing.
Shipping what they ship from afar,
From other
which is an
countries.
abnormal thing in the earth. You only supposed to be eating what is accessible to you in your immediate environment that grows naturally.
Yeah. And or all of that. So this is a time of chilling, resting, relaxing, being cool, not being stressed out. And I want to say this also. I've shared it while you guys are in here. I want to share this. Also spiritual, on a spiritual. We don't. This is Christmas Day, the holidays or whatever. I love this time of year. I love the season. I love it because it has so much positive energy in the air. There's
Yeah.
so much positive energy in the atmosphere, and that's the way I've learned to look at it. I enjoy this season. I love to see the unity. I don't know if you guys are keeping up with or watching, have been watching on TikTok, the monks that are walking for peace.
Okay, I've seen it.
I have not.
Yes.
Have y'all seen that? Have y'all been watching? Have y'all been seeing that?
Yes, I've seen
I've
that.
been
Yes. And
I've
welcome,
been
High Supreme.
hey,
Hey.
um I've been following that, and they came through Alabama, and it's just been very tugging on heartstring because they're in Alabama. They walked across, and y'all might not know that, and people may not know the history, but walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. That was a part of civil rights. It was Bloody Sunday. You have to go look it up, Martin Luther King. But they walked across that bridge, and people of all races walked across the bridge with them. Then they went to Montgomery. That's the last place I heard that they were. I think they're still
Wow.
in Montgomery. And just watching that right there is raising the vibration. They're raising the vibration in every place they touch,
Yes,
because
they are.
people are coming out to greet them and walk with them a ways, as they come through their town with all the chaos and all the things that we see every day that's happening all over the place in America, that we are not, some of us are blessed not to have to experience with the government, especially what, I mean, I don't know what they got going on, but it's very chaotic. The energy of it, everything is very chaotic and disruptive and out of order. But this comes at a time, we're at a time in the year where the energy is high, and we need to grab onto that, and not think of it, well, I don't do Christmas, and it's pagan, or this whatever, it ain't got nothing to do, this man-made, why all the things that it is not. You know, we can not participate for all the things that it's not, but I like to turn it around and look at it at what is creating energetically.
Yes.
What
That's
it creates,
right.
what it creates energetically.
And how you can utilize and work with that high vibrational energy, because when you're in high vibrational energy, that is the time, and the way in which, yes, congratulations, we got over 100,000 heart taps. So shout out to the audience and those who have contributed. I'm truly grateful. But I wanted to say is, when the energy is high vibrating like that, the frequency is high, that is the easiest way to manifest. That is the easiest way to manifest. It's harder to manifest greatness from a low vibration. And it's also the easiest way and the best time to do your healing work as well. Healing, cleansing, manifestation, all of those things. Like, tap into the energy and utilize it, because it's there through the collective conscious, and you have the ability to assess it because you're a part of that collective.
Greetings, everyone. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Happy holidays to you and yours. For mine, we're celebrating life. We're celebrating love. We're celebrating us. Okay?
All right.
Okay. Clock it.
Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the gifts. We got more gifts. Okay. I see y'all. Thank y'all. This has been a merry season. Honey, I ain't got so many gifts on TikTok. Whew. Shout out to Shima, became the 10th fan in the fan club today. Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful. What are some of the things that y'all are releasing in the now And what are you, you know what I'm saying, looking forward to changing? Well, actually, before I even ask that question, how at this time this year, what has changed about you from this time last year?
Everything.
Yeah, a lot, everything, definitely everything. Yeah, I'm not even the same person, I feel.
Give us like a compare, like a contrast, like name something.
I was a big people pleaser. Like I was always worried about what people would think of me. I was always just wanting to make everybody happy. Like, yeah, and yeah, I totally done just a total flip and had to let go of a lot of just that those type of thinking, like worrying about what people think of me all the time, and wanting people to like me, wanting that attention, like,
External validation.
yeah, it's like I didn't know who I was unless somebody noticed me, type of thing. And so yeah, I just feel like I'm totally a different person. Like who was that person?
Thank you for liking the live frequency, Reaver. Also, yes, and I resonate with that. That's something that, I have done an exceptional job at releasing it. And quite frankly, I didn't used to be like that when I was a child, but I picked it up along the way somewhere. What was one of the
I always
catalysts
thought I
for change
wasn't
for
good
you?
enough.
Huh?
I always thought I wasn't good enough. Like anything I did wasn't ever good enough, and I always carried that in the back of my mind, like you're nothing, you're nobody. And I think that just got instilled in me probably, since childhood, and I just didn't realize it, didn't recognize it, and believed it underneath that. I just was very, I guess, felt like
Detached.
anything I did wasn't good enough.
You're very detached.
Yes, very.
Y'all, one of the biggest eye openers for me, one of the greatest catalysts of change for me when it came to dealing with that same thing, Amaria, because I too went through a very dark period where I felt like I wasn't good enough to have success. I felt like I wasn't good enough to collaborate with other people, like my work, and I hid my creativity because of it. I buried it, and things that I knew, what I'm saying, things that I would have otherwise jumped on, like opportunities and stuff. Even girl, Audrey has told me that I should have been ashamed of myself because of it. Because when I finally got to the point where I started 333s on the clock, when I finally got to a point where I was, starting to just crack open and like share my talent, share my gifts and stuff like that. I remember this one time, I was like, girl, what? You know how to do this, that, and the third. Girl, we've been asking for this long, and you just been sitting there. And Audrey, I know you know what I'm talking about. But I realized one of the biggest catalysts for change for me was having to release my attachment to an old childhood friend. Because this, what I'm saying, like sometimes the things that we feel and we perceive about ourselves don't actually come from within, even though the dialogue is in there. And really what it is it's us taking up and adopting external voices as our primary source of validation internally. And so we have to get to a point where we're able to recognize, okay, you know what? No, that doesn't belong to me. That's not my internal authority. That is not my voice. I don't operate like that. I don't talk to myself in that way. And it may not necessarily come in because external people are treating you that way, but sometimes it comes as a learned habit because you watch other people that are close to you treat themselves that way or talk to themselves that way, and because you have a connection with them, that energy ends up transferring over to you and you're not even aware of it. And one day you look up and you're like, well, where did that come from? When did I start feeling like I wasn't good enough? When did I start having issues with my self-confidence? When did I start doubting my capabilities? When did I start being inconsistent with myself? Because I didn't used to be like that. And it's because of those subliminal programming and subconscious learning dynamics from watching other people and witnessing other people and spending too much time with the wrong people.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you become aware of that, you know what I'm saying, it's okay to have that dialogue with that person, but you know what I'm saying, to see what can be changed. But if they are not willing to change, you have to sever that cord. Because the moment that I severed the cord with this particular individual, and believe you me, I did not want to, because I loved her. I loved her like family, but I still had to choose myself for my own well-being and forward progression. And had I not been willing to make that sacrifice, I would not be in the position that I am today, where I have an abundance and a plethora of extended family and, you know what I'm saying, blood family, who are all interested in having healthy relationship dynamics, who, you know what I'm saying, having and establishing healthy relationship dynamics, and not just with me, within themselves, because it all matters. Like, you cannot be in a mindset where, if you don't sit up here and, you know what I'm saying, you cannot allow people to talk to themselves and talk about themselves in a manner that is arbitrary and derogatory. Because when you tolerate that type of behavior from somebody else, even though it's about them, it will transfer to you, especially when you are close to them. You have to check it at the gate. And if you find that these people are not receptive, you know what I'm saying, to wisdom and instruction, you have to sever the cord. Otherwise, you're going to suffer, whether it be directly or indirectly.
Yeah, yeah, I hear that. I have had to sever cords with a lot of people through this past year, and you know, and one was my best friend as well. You know, I grew up with her, and we're just on totally different wavelengths. And I noticed every time I, you know, continued to try to keep that relationship, it was bringing me down. It was bringing me, she was holding me to the person she thought I was, or the person that I was before,
Right.
and was not letting me expand, you know. And yeah, and it's hard. It's very hard. Like it's still even now talking about it, because like that was the only person that I ever felt like really truly knew me for me and still loved me. And yeah, it's just different now, because we just don't think the same. We're just very on different timelines as well. And two, I've had to be okay with the fact that even some of my close families, like even my kids, my older kids, they don't see me in the way that I'm growing, and I just have to let that go. I just, you know, I got it. I'm doing this for me.
Oftentimes, that's what happens is, you know, when people know you, and they, you know what I'm saying, they've been around for a long time, they are, when they're used to you being in a certain type of way. Can y'all hear me? That's crazy. Yeah, we were just all dropped. I guess it must have been too high vibrational for them. That is wild, y'all. That is so wild.
Christ consciousness.
Maybe I just need to switch back to. I don't know what's going on with this technology. It might as well have been Saturn. It might as well have been a Mercury retrograde for all it is. Let me see.
Yes, I.
Okay.
So,
I was gonna say it's a
yes.
snapshot. It's a
Girl, the
snapshot
way I
of
giggled
the
when you said
old
that.
When you said what?
it's a
No,
snapshot. Or it's
you
not
just
me.
said that and I just giggled. Like how about it should have just been a Mercury retrograde? I giggled.
Yeah.
I giggled.
It might as well. The way this technology acting today, honey, girl. Get somebody else to do it.
So I was saying when Amara L, it's a snapshot of what our family or your friends that they see, the old you. They don't see who you are blossoming into. They don't see that butterfly
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
that
You
had
know,
to go through that.
my mom just told me that she cannot see me on social media because that's not me. That is not me. And she just is so adamant about it and how she refuses us to see any of my videos or anything because that's just not me.
Yeah, they
And you know,
refuse, and really, what it is it's a refusal of them seeing the new you, because then they have to acknowledge your growth. And oftentimes, these particular individuals, you know what I'm saying, they haven't done any. You know what I'm saying, they've remained as they've always been. You know what I'm saying, or they've grown and then reached a plateau and never pushed past the plateau. And so it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for them.
yeah. And I've learned to accept that and just let it go. Like, you know, we're just on different paths. And like Audrey said, you know, love them from a distance.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I seen Audrey was in here. Girl, honey, they know how to mess with somebody's life, don't they? Ugly self. They ain't gonna be hating on my lives. Anyway, um,
They just mad you reached your goal and it's so high vibrational.
and guess what? And they're gonna have to pay me. Okay.
That part.
Right?
And I'm truly grateful. I could not have done it without y'all. Y'all, we definitely need to have some more I mean, like, so what I'm looking forward to, not to change the subject or anything, but I am going to be looking forward to more group collaborations on my lives and stuff, y'all, for sure. And I wanted to do like a scribing party, like a live scribing party. I don't know how y'all would feel about that. Thank you so much for the gifts. Woo woo! Shout out to Amaria for the 50 roses.
Much love, sis.
Can I call you Rose? Okay. Um. Okay. Amber is back in the house. Is Amber up here on the panel?
Yeah, she's here.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. 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 Gotta be trying to make sure the squad is up here on the panel now.
I think Audrey left.
Yeah, Audrey was in the live, but then it ended again. It kept acting up. It started acting up too many times.
Yeah.
Audrey to leave.
Mm-mm.
But I don't blame her. I understand, because honey, I was finna leave too. I was finna be like, you know what? Okay.
But like, right, it's nap time.
But it's always when you're having I would say like intelligent conversations, right? We're not yelling at each
Mm-hmm.
other like most all that chaos and yelling and I'm calling you names and
And debate and bullshit.
everybody's talking at once. That seems to be trending. But the
Yeah,
minute everybody's peaceful, you're talking about great things,
yep.
and
Yeah, because see, they don't mind the panels that's up there where people are debating, you know what I'm saying, and being derogatory toward each other. And it's such it's so ironic because, you know, they'll let you sit up here and talk mess directly to each other, but then when it comes to certain names, higher up names, and y'all know who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about, baby, they are quick to send you a violation, and they are quick to end your life just for even dropping the name along some stuff that's actual facts that they're gonna say is miseducation.
Yes,
so I
or that your conversation makes others uncomfortable. I
Yeah,
get that
that
one
yeah.
all the time. They always restrict my lives. I can't stand it.
So I recently tried to create a video with on God Frequency's newest the one with the sun when the sun disappear.
too. Yeah.
They told me they muted it because they said it was too long. So they muted the whole thing.
Girl, listen, the thing about it is they don't even abide by their own community guidelines. Because
You know, I even
when you actually do report something that is a direct violation of community guidelines, like for example, all of these fake profiles out here that's stealing other people's content, stealing people's photos, you see what I'm saying, and pretending to be another person, that is literally identity. That's a form of identity theft. How is that not a violation? You see what I'm saying, of community
yeah.
guidelines. And
Exactly, but they
then
don't do nothing about it.
they don't do nothing about it, and especially when it's somebody that looks like us. And that's
You are you're muted, like not muted but muffled.
Muffled. Yeah, your
I'm
voice is
muffled,
muffled. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I went muffled a minute ago.
you are now
Yeah, it's like something was maybe covering your
covering
mic.
you. Yeah,
Okay, what about now?
it's a little better, but still.
It's still like you're in the background.
Yeah, this is so. See what I'm saying? This is crazy work.
Yeah.
That's okay because I mean, girl, I tell you what, I'll come back on a little bit later tonight. Let's see, it's 3:47. Yeah, I need to be getting off anyways because it's around that 4 o'clock mark, and I already done been live for a good 90 minutes, so I am at my 3 hour window.
Woo!
So that's okay. What I'll
So
And reach
do,
your live goals and reach your over 100K heart taps. Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am, and thank you. So what I'll do is I will go live a little bit later tonight, somewhere in between that 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock window. Um, and that's Eastern Standard Time, y'all. That's the time frequency I'm on. But I will go live on my other channel, Being Is Enough, since I've already went live on this one on Love Me First. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Divine, like 9 or 10. I think 9 or 10 to be probably 9 to be better. Yeah, because that'll give me yeah.
Divine frequency. You said you got a message from home. Is that meant to be shared here and now or no? Nah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Y'all, I will be back live on Being Is Enough at 9 o'clock. Around 9 o'clock, y'all. So just check in with me. I'll pull y'all up on the panel. I've already got my reading out today, which was a great read, girl. I will not be doing another reading unless I you know what I'm saying,
Unless your guides are calling you to do
yeah,
it.
to do another one. But honey, I think that was the read of the day for right now.
That was amazing. That was
It
an
that's
was.
the
amazing read.
point of
It
what's
wasn't
happening
just reading,
now.
you were spot on. So yeah.
Yeah, everything that I'm dealing with. So I'm in resonation with all that.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad everybody is in resonation. It resonated with everyone. It certainly resonated for me as well. So, girl, I'm going to go ahead
Got
and
some
rest.
research to do.
Yeah, you got,
Peace,
yeah,
Oracle. Hi, Supreme.
all of us.
Yes.
You
So I
guys
don't
have
know
a
if
good one
anybody
too.
knows this. So I recently, this is just like for your information,
Mm-hmm.
that I read the article before leaving my job about them taking the penny out of the rotation. They're no longer minting them. So I went to the
Mm-hmm.
bank the same day and they said they're not allowed to give out any more pennies.
Why? Because
Interesting.
they're made of copper.
This, yeah,
Yep.
well, they're not all of them. So the newer pennies are not all copper. There's added materials to that. So the real copper pennies are like from 1980s and older. Those are the pennies that are 100% copper. So the crazy thing is that I've been saving those copper pennies for years. My father told me years ago, save the coins, save the pennies. I didn't understand at the time. I was like, okay, I'll just listen. And
Mm-hmm.
now it's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the two
It's one
dollar
of the most
bills.
precious metals.
Oh yeah. I have a $2 bill, and I also have some pennies and stuff too. And
Gold
I
dollar.
thank you for sharing that, because I will be moving in accordance. I would definitely be moving in accordance. So
This is like our first, not saying our first, basically messages, but like, would you say like, I want to say like a warning, basically educational reference saying that it's going to be shifting and we need to move, like you said, in accordance to how it's growing.
yep. So make sure y'all stay ahead of the game. Because we definitely do appreciate, you know what I'm saying, that I don't know where you're. Are you on the west side or the east side?
East Coast, I'm in Connecticut, but Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, that side of the East Coast.
I'm
So I'm
gonna
between New
see.
York and Massachusetts.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna look and see if that's already been implemented out here in Georgia. You know, Georgia be slow to get on the bandwagon. But I mean, if that's something that was federally implemented, then it should be already, what I'm saying, established throughout
Yeah, I
the
heard
state.
that about like over a year ago that they were
Yeah, I remember
just
hearing that too.
implementing it.
Honestly, I remember hearing that around COVID, y'all.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. I think so.
To be honest with y'all, I remember hearing that they just tightening the belt now.
Yep.
A lot of things they're as you say, tightening the belt on.
Hmm. And really, what it is
That's crazy
to.
because I haven't heard of any of these. I haven't heard that at all. But I'm on the West Coast, so
That's interesting. That is
but I
interesting.
do have
Well,
a question that's completely off subject.
mhm,
Um, so during your reading, you were saying names of ancestors and gods and goddesses,
mhm,
and I have my question is how do I have asked, like I said, or like I told you, I said I asked, and I wonder if that was, I feel like it was an answer, but it was so many different cultures, I would say,
mhm,
of deities that you said, like Oya and Ganesh. I have a
mhm,
Ganesh necklace that I bought out of a store like maybe 3 or 4 years ago that sits on my altar that's packed away now because I'm
yeah,
going through some things, but um that I felt like that was a reminder for me to go get it and wear it and
yeah.
start working with,
That's
because I've been wondering
exactly.
who my ancestors are and who my spirit team is, because I have a spirit team. I know it for a fact because I'm protected, but who are you? Like, who are you?
Mhm,
And I feel like no one has come forward, but then again, Is it me myself that is blocking them from coming forward? So yeah, I be having questions. I be having questions to my own
Yeah.
self, but sometimes it's okay. I will, am I crazy?
No, you ain't crazy at all. You're not. Listen, it's just like the reading said. Go follow your intuitive nudges. Don't second guess whatever that intuitive nudge tell you to do. Do it and do it now.
Or
That's what came out. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
you
because
right.
what you get from the reading is gonna be different from what Amarielle gets and Divine Frequency gets, and even myself. Because even though we're all, you know what I'm saying, connected, and we're all, you know what I'm saying, tapped into this energy, we are all go, you know what I'm saying, at different timelines, and things manifest in our lives differently because our energies are different, even though
Right.
they're complementary to each other. You see what I'm saying? What you need and what your spirit guides and ancestors need for you are going to be different from, you know what I'm saying, what's needed from mine, and so on and so forth. So, you know what I'm saying?
I
And
also
that's
feel pulled towards Oya. You said Oya. I've been having like visions of a
Hey, Ted,
beautiful.
thank you for joining the live. Go ahead.
Hey, hi. Welcome in. I set the standard. Hello, hello. Well, welcome, greeting. But I have felt pulled. I've wanted to do research.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I definitely need to dive deeper.
Yes, you do. Now is that time, and especially because this is a time of rest.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? During, you know what I'm saying, that is what the rest is all about. Is resting so that you can be in a state of receiving. You see what I'm saying? So when you do feel that intuitive nudge to research something, or you get that intuitive pull to question something, go find the answers. Like I literally dealt with that earlier in the week. Y'all, I could not get rest literally for 5 freaking days straight until I got the answers and did the research that I needed to do. And at that point, you know what I'm saying, once I did, because what my spirit team wanted me to do was to pull my galactic codex, because there's things in my galactic codex that I needed to, you know what I'm saying, know and be able to tap into, so that I can see the way forward from where I am, where I'm going, and get clarity. You see what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying, everything, and this is the importance of balancing spirituality with practicality, because everything is not, you know what I'm saying, everything is not just solely about spiritual things. Even though everything is spiritual, you still need the grounding, the practicality there, to be able to take what's
Right,
in
because
the
we still live here.
ether. Yes, to be able to take what's in the ethers and bring it and manifest it into the 3D, where you can actually work with it and cultivate it and multiply it. Just the same way as, you know what I'm saying, if you're just sitting up here trying to create these things in the 3D realm, well, guess what? If it's not already established in the spiritual realm, it's not going to take seed, no matter how much you water it, and how many seeds you plant. Because the light comes from spirit. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are all things that, you know what I'm saying, I encourage us all to be, you know what I'm saying, meditating on, and whatever questions, you know what I'm saying, and whatever intuitive nudges that you get, go with it. Seek out those answers and rest and meditate on the answers that you receive. Meditate on those questions that you have, and the answers will come to you. And of course, you know what I'm saying, for any of y'all who want spiritual guidance, consultations, private one-on-one readings, y'all know I'm available. Y'all can always hit me up in my DM, and I can get y'all scheduled. Even with my spiritual consultations and mentorship, that's, you know what I'm saying, I'm starting that off on a special for $50 an hour. And you know what I'm saying, and I'm also, you know what I'm saying, willing to work with people too. who may not be in a position to, afford that. So, my DM is open and available, and I can certainly get y'all on schedule. Because a lot of us do have, work that needs to be
Need a
done.
one-on-one with
Yeah,
you.
that's what I was just gonna say. A lot of times, what I feel I was told, like, because I always wanted to know, like, who my spiritual guides were, who my ancestors are, and all of that. And what I feel like I'm being told is, I'm not ready yet. Like, I need to continue doing my work, working on myself, um, shadow work, all of that. And when I'm ready, it'll be presented to me. It'll be known.
Yeah, things will unlock. That is why, again, that's a part of the reason why there was so much emphasis on discipline and consistency with showing up and doing the work required to get to
Right.
where you're wanting to, go to where you're supposed to be, and not being afraid to take that road, that pathway that's being shown to you, because it's going to be unfamiliar. A lot of us are in this, are pivoting away from all things that are familiar and comfortable.
Absolutely.
And
And
a
I
lot.
was hearing that discipline and consistency. I was
Yeah.
hearing it hard because that's something that I've struggled with, is discipline and consistency, because I've always justified, in my mind. And now I'm recognizing those aren't my thoughts. Those justification thoughts, those aren't my thoughts. Those are the thoughts of who's trying to keep me down, who's trying to hold me back.
Yeah.
I've got to overcome that and stay consistent, stay disciplined, and, keep on just doing it for the love of myself, because I deserve it.
Yeah. And it all goes into how you feel about yourself. And here's the biggest thing is that's one of the primary ways that you pay homage to your ancestors. Is by doing the work that you were brought here to do. They are, just like we go to them, and we are, looking to them. They are looking to us to do what we were called to do here. Because a lot of them, a lot of our ancestors did not get to complete their work. Some of them expired before they completed the work. Some of them expired before they learned the lessons that they were supposed to learn. And guess who inherited it? Us. And so this is where that ancestral healing comes in, and this is also where peace. Let me bring her up. Hello. Oh, I thought I am God frequency came up in here.
She
So
did. She's here.
she is. Where she
Yeah.
at?
I see her in the room.
I'm trying to invite her up. Let me see. Okay, well I invited her to come up, so if she can come up, she will. I'm pretty sure. But this is where, like, that ancestral healing comes in too. And this is another way that break that cycle. Okay, bet. Got you. This is another way that you break that epigenetic cycle, because here's the thing. Oftentimes when we hear about epigenetics, right? They always want to talk about how, in the epigenetic pool, what's being passed down is trauma. You don't have to pass down trauma. You don't have to pass down curses. You don't have to pass down those unwanted things. You can choose to do what you were called to do and pass down wealth, pass down prosperity mindset, pass down healing, pass down strength, pass down healthy and functional patterns and relationship dynamics. And so this is why it is important to know thyself. And you should be the primary student of yourself.
Yes.
And there are things that you will not know about yourself. There are things that you won't even be equipped to discover until you start pulling that natal chart, until you start pulling that soul chart, until you start pulling that galactic codex chart, and so on and so forth. And not just pulling it, not just having somebody read it to you and decipher it to you, but you taking the time to study it yourself. That is literally your map. That is literally your map that's going to tell you all things that are within and all things that are without. And so this is why you have to look at these things, not just from a Western standpoint, not just from an Eastern standpoint, not just from a modern standpoint, not just from an ancient standpoint, collectively. You integrate them all, because all of them are bringing forth a different all of them serve a different purpose and are coming from a different perspective, and you need all perspectives. Just the same way as we need all modalities, we need all perspectives. There is not, you know what I'm saying, only a foolish emperor, a foolish empress would see things from a narrow mindset with tunnel vision. When you look at the course of how these dynasties are constructed, how these empires are formulated and built, they are built with a widespread team. And there was not just one oracle on the team or one advisor on the team. There were many that came from, you know what I'm saying, that had different perspectives, different talents, different backgrounds, and they all contributed to the well-being and to the advisement of the emperor, of the empress, for the highest good of the kingdom. And literally, the kingdom is within you. You have to do the work to bring it out. Again, just like the reading said, you are a living temple. You are a living temple. You are a living sigil. You are a walking sigil, a living temple. You cannot go about things anymore in the same way that you have before. So you might as well cast away all of those fears and worries, because that is merely, you know what I'm saying, a reflection of your old self still trying to remain pertinent, still trying to hold on and to be able to make a comeback. Kill it. And if that means that you have to kill a part of your personality, do so. Because in killing that part of your personality off, it opens up room for your true self, your new self, to be established securely, and with the stability to move forward.
Right. And the sooner the better.
The sooner the better. Do not wait till the 11th hour. You're going to have hell and hot water. Stop waiting till the 11th hour. That's inviting chaos. And worry, now you got your nervous system all discombobulated because the time is at hand. Don't do that to yourself. Give yourself, listen.
You know, when I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Well, when I was listening to your reading and stuff, and like when you were talking about like even the negative energies pulling at you as well, you know, I just had like this thought, like our ancestors, like what if like our ancestors were like at war with each other, and you know, there was a good side and an evil side, and the evil ancestors are like trying to like get me to be on their side with, you know, with them. But then I also have the good ancestors as well that are trying to get me to be on their side with them too. Is that possible? Like, could our ancestors be at war with each other?
Sometimes that does happen. I mean, even in waking life. So here's the thing. I look at things a little bit differently. I look at things in terms of light and shadow. I don't necessarily perceive things in the terms of evil and good, and that's just merely because two things can be true and still be opposing at the same time, and they both can be equally as important. And it doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying, because, you know what I'm saying, it's all about, you know what I'm saying, your perception too. Because, for example, on the shadow side is looking at the light side as evil. And on the light side is looking at the shadow side as evil.
Right,
You see what
right.
I'm
So
saying?
could,
But both think that they are the right side. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? And so all of us have components within us that are that are light and shadow. Light and shadow aspects. And what it is not for you to kill it off. And it's not for you, it's not to be labeled as, oh well, this one is the good one and this one is the evil one. No, it's to be integrated. Because even too much of a good thing is bad for you. So a case in point, an example of that is, for example, that overarching optimist, right? Who they're so optimistic that they don't even see danger in front of them, or they dismiss the red lights, and then they end up getting burned on the end of it. When had they just simply take the time to say, okay, yeah, I see the silver lining, but I also see these red flags here. Let me tap in and let me do what I need to do to protect myself so that I can handle these red flags before I go scaling off into the horizon onto what I want and getting what I deserve. The shadow is not something, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Even those ancestors that work on the shadow side and those ancestors that work on the light side, neither of, you know what I'm saying? It's not a matter of like, you know what I'm saying, the traditional good versus evil. You know what I'm saying? What the real goal is to have integration, responsible and high functioning integration of the two. And that is another way of bringing family and ancestral healing, because yes, to your point, a lot of our ancestors were divided and were separated and were at odds, you know what I'm saying, because of that good versus evil, you know what I'm saying, mislabeling dynamic. So here we are, you know what I'm saying, on the shadow side, ancestors, you know what I'm saying, working magic, working evil, working all of these different things against the light side of the same bloodline. And then you got the light side working magic against the shadow side of the same bloodline. And that's madness, and it's astonishment of heart. So we have you know what I'm saying, we have an ancestral duty to heal those fragments, you know what I'm saying, and those misconceptions in our lineage and in our bloodline. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is what, you know what I'm saying, that is a part of healing, you know what I'm saying, those and ending those ancestral curses. If you know what I'm saying, because when you share a bloodline with somebody, there is no reason for y'all to be in opposition to one another just because of fundamental differences. No, you learn how to work together cohesively and from a place of honor and respect. And that is where the real strength in love, you know what I'm saying, that agape love, that, you know what I'm saying, that heart opener comes in. Welcome, Deborah. Does that make sense?
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Gratitude
Yeah,
for
because otherwise
explaining that.
otherwise you set the course to continue the cycle. Because whether you go to the light, whether you go to the dark, now it's, oh, she went over there. Well, we got to see if we can get the daughter to come over. You see what I'm saying? And then here you go. You know what I'm saying? You got to, you know what I'm saying? No, kill it. You kill it by healing it. Integration. It's a reason for these things being in existence. And again, this is why, you know what I'm saying, having wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and having that, you know what I'm saying, that spiritual discernment with and the discipline to balance spirituality with practicality and being responsible, being disciplined, and showing up. All of these things matter. It's way bigger than you out on the individual scale. And we have to hold each other accountable too as we are going along our journeys together.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm seeing it in a different way now, and yeah, it's clicking for me. So yeah.
Yes, there is a time and a purpose, you know what I'm saying, for those things. There is a time and a purpose, like seriously.
And you know that, and when you said
Thank you, sis.
to heal, those sides and integrate, like, God, that matches my natal chart as well. So
Yeah, and it's going to.
Yep.
That is the time period. That is the energy that's coming. Because y'all got to think about it too. Like, even if we take the individual out, right? And if we just look at things, even just from a historical standpoint, right now, the primary energy that is here is the primordial energy. And that deals with the shadow. You know what I'm saying? That's Lilith energy. That's the primordial energy. That is, you know what I'm saying, the maternal, you know what I'm saying, the cosmic womb, all of that. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, it ain't not one womb that you can go inside and there's some light up in there. It's dark. Let's just be clear.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So it makes no sense, even just from a natural standpoint, to say it's evil, because guess what? Life comes out of that womb. Matter of fact, if you really want to be, you know what I'm saying, very clear and concise, life goes into that womb and life comes out of that same womb. It goes in because sperm is a living cell. It is a living organism. It goes in and it is transmuted, just like the butterfly goes into the cocoon, and it is transformed. You see what I'm saying? Like butterflies, when they go into their not butterflies, but caterpillars, when they go into their cocoon, all of their cellular membrane dissolves. They literally die, and their cellular membranes dissolve and become membranes again, and then they restructure. There's nothing but liquid in that sac until the membranes restructure and come back together, and out comes the butterfly. And it's a very similar thing when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, how, you know what I'm saying, the sperm that goes into the womb, it fertilizes the egg, and then guess what? It starts to procreate.
Isn't this the time of the season? Isn't this the time of the season to talk about this?
Right.
Yes, we're in this season right now.
Right, so everybody belly can be poking out come February.
Yeah, we're gonna be butterflies.
But it's a real deal. So you know through the gestation period all the way into, you know what I'm saying, full blown labor and so on and so forth. And so, you know, I'm saying all of this, you know what I'm saying, not to get too far out there, but it's the same thing. It's like, even if we were to take it so to go back to integration, if y'all look at the correlation with history, right? First, there was the matriarchal system, okay? Ruling and thriving, you know what I'm saying, along with, you know what I'm saying, the primordial energy, which is the natural way of being and existing in the earth anyway, right? Because it is the original. Okay, and I talked about this on a previous live, on one of my first lives, and what I did was I labeled, so I referred to that time in that area as the original era of humanity. What followed course was the obstruction of, you know what I'm saying, that timeline by way of patriarchy overthrowing it and demolishing it. So when it came to that, once that patriarchal structure was formulated, in came all of these different, you know what I'm saying, lies and deceit, which are all the things that in today's society, in the age of Aquarius, are being unveiled, because the Pisces era has ended. And what comes with the shadow side of Pisces is that deception, that illusion, and all of those different things. And not to
Yeah.
necessarily say that
You
that
don't
in
have
and
to
of
heck all
itself.
of them at one time. What you trying to do? Oh, sorry, guys.
Oh no, you good, you good. And not to sit up here and say that that in and of itself was evil, but the intention behind how they utilized that shadow side, okay, and the manipulation and the way that it impacted society was, you can, you know what I'm saying, being in the shadow, working in the shadow, even being a shadow worker does not make you an evil person, and it's not an evil thing. It is about the intention and in the way in which and how you utilize the gifts that you have. Are you doing it from a place of, you know what I'm saying, formulating and manipulating things to cause harm for profit, so on and so forth. And even then, you have to look at things even beyond that scope, because there's a lot of things that go into this type of stuff. So I hope that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that does. Yeah, that makes
You
a lot
know,
of.
right, because like when you think about like the age of a Pisces, that's when religion was like at its highest peak, you know what I'm saying? So we went from being spiritual, you know what I'm saying, and even some of us like sovereign, you know, a lot of us sovereign and spiritual, and you know what I'm saying, living our lives in cohesiveness with the primordial mother, right, and with nature and stuff, living in harmony and in sync, living our lives constructed in a way where we were aligned with the circadian rhythms of the earth, to now everything, you know what I'm saying, is chaotic and so far removed from that. And so now is the time where a lot of us are seeking answers to reconnect and realign ourselves with the original ways, and to divert ourselves from the old ways of being, the old way being patriarchy, for an example. And also, to the extent thereof, I want to bring this to the forefront too, because oftentimes too, when we hear people talk about, you know what I'm saying, divinity, divine union, you know, and even when it comes to like retreats and different things like that, it's usually a matter, I'm not going to say always, but it's usually a matter of like the divine feminine being spoken of and being catered to, and and the the divine masculine being ignored, or the divine masculine being catered to and being acknowledged, and the divine feminine being ignored, when really and essentially the two are supposed to be one. They're supposed to be unified, and they have a like-minded mission that has to be accomplished together, and they both bring something to the table, you know what I'm saying, in such a way that complements the other, because they are the same, yet they are opposites, and they work cohesively together, and it is a very similar integrative energy and purpose, as when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, the shadow and the light. So that's that on that, y'all. Any questions or any commentary?
I'm just soaking it in. Thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
was.
Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment. Uh, Me and a few ladies was talking on yesterday, and one of the things that you mentioned, the rhythm, and how can you be in the rhythm of the earth when you don't know that? So one of the things that patriarchal started doing is start changing uh, the times. You can see that over in Daniel 7, I think. And it's
Mm-hmm.
funny how it says thought to change time, but they
Yeah,
did it.
they
They
did.
did it with the
Gregorian
the
calendar.
Gregorian calendar. They did it
Mm-hmm.
with the um they did it with the
Daylight savings
daylight
time.
saving times,
Mm-hmm.
and also they added the number 6. If you there's only 66. Okay, you got the cinnamon, and then you got which is the proton, and then you have the neutron, which is the great mother spark. And a lot of people don't know. Electron only exists in the earth. It does not, it's not connected to the cosmos. Only the cinnamon and the neutron. And so we were talking about that. Even look at the time as in, I laugh about it because daylight is exact 6 a.m. And it's funny. And then you look at the time itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect. 3, 6, 9, and
Yep.
12, and then 13. Those are our numbers
Mm-hmm.
in this earth, and it's just a beautiful thing.
It is.
It's so I just want to say to you, sister, you right on the money. I love it.
Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful, and thank you so much for contributing to this dialogue for the collective. Because, I mean, even yourself, you hit it on the money too. And so one of the things, I'm a certified Ayurveda wellness counselor, and if that's something that clearly with you bringing it to the forefront, I'm happy to teach classes on what I'm saying, just like.
You're muffled, sis.
Mm-hmm. You said what?
You was muffled.
Oh, thank you for letting me know. Can y'all hear me now?
Of course, yes.
Okay, great. So I was saying, like, I'm happy to, matter of fact, since
Say again what you do.
so
That's
I'm a
what part was
certified
muffled.
Ayurveda wellness counselor, and one of the things Ayurveda is fundamentally based on aligning your lifestyle, aligning your daily routines with the circadian rhythms of the earth, and living in such a way that is cohesive to your dosha profile as it pertains to your immediate environment and the world around us. This delves into your daily routines, your diet, your lifestyle habits, your mental state of being, and environmental factors and lifestyle factors that contribute to your overall wellness and well-being. And so, on my other page, which is Being is Enough, I will be going over those things and reviewing those things on that page. I'm going to start, tailoring my lives to those type of discussions around wellness and stuff. Over here on this side is where I talk more about like the spiritual components of things, and the metaphysics and esoteric and so on and so forth. But for sure, y'all make sure y'all join my super fans club. I will be developing content related to those type of topics that will be exclusive to my members and community. And then also for anybody that is interested in having consultations, I'm available for that. Okay, that's what I have to contribute to the collective here. And other things are going to be coming down the pipe, especially on the Quantum Kingdom side.
Loving this for you, girl.
Yes.
Yes.
And then so another thing too that is while we're talking about like this, aligning your daily routines with the circadian rhythms of the earth. One of the reasons why, so it begs the question as to why would they go through all of the trouble to change the times and stuff, which, right now, what I'm saying, they're already operating on borrowed time essentially. But what I want to say is because when you live, what I'm saying, when you go through your life living in such a way that you are out of alignment to the natural ways of being and existing in the earth, and especially as it pertains to the circadian rhythms, you got to understand that you are, what I'm saying, a universe as well. And so what happens is, because you are out of alignment, what I'm saying, what happens is disease manifests in the body, illness manifests in the body, and the lifespan is shortened because of all of these different types of factors. And so even though, like, I mean, I remember growing up looking around and thinking that it was normal for people to just, what I'm saying, have all of these different types of schedules and, what I'm saying, live their life in such a way as to where they're living off of fast food and going to work and all of this high cortisol and up late night and, what I'm saying, up to the wee hours of the day. Well, what I'm saying, till the night grows young, and then you turn around and you're getting up, and, what I'm saying, it's just this spiral. What I'm saying, over and over and over again. Even with, what I'm saying, things pertaining to, like, think about, what I'm saying, those who work what's called third shift, or what it's really called is the graveyard shift. Why would it be called the graveyard shift?
Right?
Because they're telling you right then and there. Yeah. And there's a reason why they pay more on the graveyard shift. It's not just because, oh, it's so hard to work the graveyard shift. Usually the graveyard shift is relatively easier than the 9 to 5, than first and second shift. But it's because you are so far out of alignment that it's going, what I'm saying, that it's going to shorten your lifespan. And it's going to directly impact your overall quality of life as well. So they'll pay you a couple of extra dollars more to shorten your lifespan so that they're able to meet productivity and go on living their dreams. Think about that. That's a real thing.
Yeah, it's true. The night shift is easier because I pick up on night shifts sometimes. I think a lot of times it changes your eating schedule, everything. Like
It changes
when I see
everything.
people eat
Man, yes.
their meals at night, and I'm like, okay, that's how it just messes up a lot of things.
Everything. It really does. I'm an overnight worker currently, and I swear every time I listen to I Am God's frequencies, fuck that job, I be wanting to fucking quit that job. I want to quit so goddamn bad. Because my existence should pay for itself. My existence pays for itself. All resources I already have, but yet my practical brain, my logical brain is like, nah, you need money to survive in this 3D world. And I'm like, no, the fuck I don't. It's,
Right.
yeah. No, I don't get enough rest. I don't. I've been sitting up all this time. I don't work today, but I do go to work tomorrow. And I work, I'm in California, right? So I go in from 7:30 to 4, and that's now. My schedule's going to change January 11th, but I hope that I'm not there anymore. I pray that I am doing something that is more aligned with my path.
Yeah, so I mean, and sometimes this is the thing, because I went through that too. And sometimes what it is that you'll go through you'll go through, what I'm saying, that period of working these unfulfilling jobs that overwork you, underpay you, all of this and all of that, or even go through, what I'm saying, a drought where it's difficult for you to find other work or even gain employment. And it's because, just like Audrey had said earlier, you're no longer in that paradigm. It's not going to work for you anymore. And so what you're being called to do is to create the career that you want, create the lifestyle that you deserve. So sometimes that may not necessarily be readily available in the 3D, and it is for you, okay? The master magician, it is for you, the master creator, to create it, because now you have the awareness that there is a want there is a need there for it,
Right.
and
And
you have to
I
meet
love
that
being
need.
creative. I love being creative. I love I'll DM you. I'll send you some pictures, but I love working with copper wire. I make jewelry and I love to paint, and I like drawing on fabric dressers, and like I used to make t-shirts. Like there's stuff I would love to go back to doing.
You know, I'm in the same boat. I work for an agency and I don't want to work for anybody else. I'd rather work for myself. But right now, while I'm in that situation, I'm going to still stay positive. I'm still going to, you know, love my job, love what I do. And in the meantime, still work on creating myself, creating what I want to put out there. And, you know, and I think that, you know, just with showing that I'm still in appreciation for the job, I'm still going to stay with that positive outlook on it, keep that positive mindset with it, that it's going to bring more of that positive creativity into my personal work. And it's going to build something that I can stem off of to create my own income, to create my own source of being able to provide for myself and my family in that way. But I know that when I was just like, I hate my job, this sucks, I don't want to go there no more, that was draining me. That was totally just depleting me and making it worse. So when I changed that mindset, like, you know, it's a work in progress. You know, I've got to work on that all the time, but it's giving me more of a boost to stay in that positive aspect, to be more creative, on the opposite side, to where I can continue to I guess produce something for myself, something that's gonna support me probably in the long run. And you know, so it's just that letting go and having faith as well, and just trusting that, you know, the universe has got my back. You know,
Absolutely.
just
Trust the
just stay
process.
positive. Yeah, just stay positive though where you're at, and you know, look for the good in it still. It's not going to be something that's you're going to be stuck in forever.
Yep.
Right.
And make a plan, formulate a plan. Take the time to formulate your plan of action. You see what I'm saying? And
Yes.
go forward with it.
I have a notebook that I have begun a budget, you know, writing down my budget, and my ear is ringing so loud right now. Um, and you know, if if I am still at where I'm at and transferring, then it would be it's the pay is higher, so that's a good thing, and then I'll have more to save, which is a good thing, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And then I have 6 months and a day. I have to wait 6 months and a day because I have to officially change my name, and that can't be done until the divorce is officially done, and that's 6 months and a day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why there's a day, but okay. Um, yeah. So in this time frame, I feel like I have this time frame, and this is my time to dig deep on me and set everything up that I need set up, so that once that hits, it's go time. Like there will be no, it will be nonstop. It's chariots behind the clouds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I feel that heavily, like deeply within my soul.
That's right. And so, you know what I'm saying, when you have a plan of action like that, you know what I'm saying? And especially like when things are being removed out your way and happening in such a way where you're able to save more than you can do more. You just have to utilize your resources. You see what I'm saying? In such a way, and your network in such a way to benefit you. Take a look at where you are at versus where you're going, and you know what I'm saying, create that path and it'll come through, like it'll happen. Show up, be
Absolutely.
diligent, be consistent, be disciplined. Your work is not in vain. It's not. And just continue to focus on positive thoughts. And oftentimes, you know, we can get frustrated and become frustrated when we feel like we're out here busting our behinds and we're not receiving that immediate gratification. You have to
Right.
release. We have to release our attachments to immediate gratification. And a lot of this social media and a lot of the things in the modern world are constructed to have people addicted and strongly attached to immediate gratification and fulfillment. And that's part of the reason why a lot of people are not able to, you know what I'm saying, realize their goals and push past adversity, push past those obstacles and those challenges.
And be disciplined.
Yeah, it's a subliminal programming, you know what I'm saying, of deconstructing you and weakening, you know what I'm saying, your diligence and your fortitude.
Right.
So you just have to be aware of that.
I can't have that. I gotta yeah, just like how do you say it? I don't want to chop it up. Is it Amariel?
Yes,
Okay.
Mario.
So just like you said earlier, as you were doing the reading and you were talking about discipline and consistency, yeah, that's definitely me, because I asked myself, I'm like, why is all these things going on with my body, right? I was doing so well, and then I was like, but you know what you did, right? You started eating different, you started doing this different, and you stopped taking care of yourself. You stopped juicing, you stopped doing this, you stopped doing that, you stopped doing this, you stopped doing that. Like, you did all these things, and this is why your body is reacting the way that it's reacting. So you need to be disciplined and love yourself enough. Do you not love yourself or not? Sometimes I'd be talking to myself like that. You love yourself or not?
Right.
Are you gonna do right or not? And it's really not a laughing matter, but like, for real, am I going to do what the fuck I need to do? Or am I going to continue to sit here doing the same shit, complaining?
Exactly.
Peace, Paris.
Hi, Paris.
Good to see you.
But yeah. So that hit home, like, real, like, yeah. Hit in the heart. When I told you hit me in the heart chakra and you had tears rolling down my eyeballs while you was doing the reading, I meant it. Like, you hit me in my heart chakra
Oh,
a few times.
thank you so
Yeah.
much. That's meaningful. I mean, that's really what it's for, you know, is to bring, you know what I'm saying, enlightenment in areas, you know what I'm saying, and in spaces that are overlooked, you know what I'm saying, and, you know what I'm saying, and to help people to be able to, you know what I'm saying, get clarity. I mean, that's what, you know what I'm saying, that's what it's for, because sometimes we know, but because we are too busy doubting ourselves, or we just have all of these internal and external distractions, we never, you know what I'm saying, really just sit down and, you know what I'm saying, really tap in. And so, you know what I'm saying, my purpose with my readings is to, you know what I'm saying, bring forth that awareness and to bring forth that enlightenment to the collective, you know what I'm saying, so that, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is that they overlook, whatever unfinished business that is there, or whatever other messages, you know what I'm saying, that is received, you know what I'm saying, are essentially, you know what I'm saying, filtered, you know what I'm saying, and communicated accordingly for on the clock. Let me see who's trying to come up here. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Yeah, so that's
You
And
too.
whatever I
Save your
receive,
deal.
that's whatever I receive, whether it's through by way of channeling or through tarot, that's what I'm going to put out there to the collective.
Yes. And thank you for doing so.
You're
Thank you for
welcome.
sharing your gift.
And thank you. I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful because it's really, you know what I'm saying, all the glory goes to the divine and everything. I'm really just a vessel and a conduit, and I'm just here to do the work and to help, you know what I'm saying, other people do the work.
Ashe.
Yeah. I say.
Peace. I've been popping in and out of the live today. You've had some very empowering conversations about the ancestors and, guidance and shifting and healing. So I was sprinkling through just to show my support. Having a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to be going live today too?
No.
Yeah, okay. I was
Today or
trying to.
tomorrow? Probably
I was
tomorrow.
singing like that in the background.
Me? I was like, I
Okay.
don't know. Probably tomorrow.
Wanted to know so that I can make sure I was showing up on your live to support you as well.
Yeah, I'll let y'all know.
Okay,
Most
cool.
likely probably be tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yeah. Mhm. It's my Friday, y'all. This tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, today's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, today's Wednesday today. Shout out to Sagittarius. Okay. Not fading out. Am I still fading out, y'all?
Your voice was muffled.
Yeah, I think okay. Y'all look, I got small hands, okay? Let me set this phone up so I can stop trying to hold this phone. This is what happened when you got small hands and small body parts, because then you try to hold stuff you ain't got no business holding no way. Girl. Okay, is that better, y'all?
Yeah, much better.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay, y'all. So yeah. So something that I did differently for this course of the moon is I actually took the time to do a deep cleaning of my home. I decided not to wait until the springtime. I was pushed to do it in the now during this winter solstice. So I took care of that, and I also rearranged my room. I shifted my furniture and stuff around in my room as well as in the other parts of my living area, and I established other things in my household that was necessary, especially as it pertains to, like, you know what I'm saying, the places that I utilize for work, for creativity, for connection to the divine and my ancestors. And I just, you know what I'm saying, took the time to just, you know what I'm saying, shift that energy around and align things in such a way. What is the name of that called?
Feng Shui.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. I did that. So I have everything, predominantly speaking, most of everything done as far as like setting my house up even more. And initially, I already had it set up, but it still needed some refinement because, as you journey along your walk, there will be things that you'll learn, and then there will be things that, you know what I'm saying, you will become awakened to and enlightened of, that you'll be able to go back and say, oh, okay, well, you know what I'm saying, I did this thing to the best of my ability for where I was at that time. But now that I've, you know what I'm saying, come across more, you know what I'm saying, my knowledge and understanding has elevated, you know what I'm saying, you'll be able to see, you know what I'm saying, the errors in things that you've done in the past, and even how you may have had things set up. And so I took that as an opportunity to course correct and to restructure things so that, the energy is fluid and cohesive, especially as it pertains to this current paradigm and timeline that I'm in. And it's really been working profoundly for me. I don't have everything done yet. I still have like 2 other areas that need refinement, but I still did, what I could do with what I have immediately in the now. And I'm excited because I know that once I'm able to complete the other 2 remaining areas, that will be at the appointed time where everything has really like boom clicked all the way in for me. So earlier I had asked the question of, I'm doing the same in my, y'all please forgive me if I'm a little bit scattered and everywhere. Earlier I had posed a question to the collective about taking a look at where you are and how you are and who you are right now at this current time of the year, and taking a look at what has changed about you and what has changed for you as it pertains to this time last year. That's what we were sharing. And so I wanted to share that as like my personal, testimony into myself and to the collective, because I used to wait until the springtime to do all of this. And in my opinion and in my personal experience, the springtime is too late, because we're already shifted gears into a whole new chapter, into a whole new year. Come March, for those of us who follow the lunar calendar, who do things in accordance, with the cycles of the moon. So I took it, and that was into another example of, moving when spirit tells you to move, and trusting, your intuitive nudges. And that's what I did, and it's working very well for me.
Absolutely. I love that for you.
Yeah, like I was able to get a lot of clarity on things that there was confusion on. There was a lot of clutter, internally, and it's also enabled me to purge significantly. I have literally, it's amazing what you can do when you start, just really, being in a state of discipline and obedience, and allowing yourself to be open. Of course, with discernment.
Yeah, that's very true. I think a lot of times we don't realize how much we're holding in until we start to shift things out and around subtly, just moving a chair across the room, will then within inside yourself make you want to do something different, change your hair, change your clothes. And all of that is, fine tuning and cleaning. I think a lot of people should do a lot of more decluttering in the winter time. Before the springtime, because it's a lot to hold in all year and not clean out. So yeah, this last couple of months, especially heavier these last couple of weeks, have been very intentional about shifting and changing my habits, or walking a different path, or shifting how I sleep at night, changing when I meditate, just to keep things fresh and moving and not stagnant. It's a really, really good spiritual hygiene.
Yes, that is exactly right. And it is, and it really just, when you were saying that, it reminded me of what Deborah had just shared a minute ago about, the changing of times too. I mean, when you really think about it, the whole notion of spring cleaning, in the time of spring, There's nothing that is being cleaned out. That is not the energy. The energy is new birth, new
Right.
energy, newness. You know what I'm saying? The springing forward, the you know what I'm saying, coming, you know what I'm saying, coming from beneath the ground. Whatever was planted. You know what I'm saying? In other seasons is now, you know what I'm saying, springing up, you know what I'm saying, and coming, you know what I'm saying, being reborn or brought back to life. The cleaning era, you know what I'm saying, is the winter season. You know what I'm saying? That is why everything, you know what I'm saying, all of the old starts falling down and dying out during the fall season, because that is the initiation part of it. That is the activator. You know what I'm saying? And the end comes by the time winter comes in full, everything is dead. It's cleansed, so you can rest.
Right.
And so even for myself, like, you know what I'm saying, it's just a reminder that, hey, you got to tighten the belt, because you know what I'm saying, you got to tighten the belt. You know what I'm saying? I have to tighten the belt for myself, because quite frankly, the cleaning should have already taken place for me back in the fall, so that during the winter course I could be in a state of rest completely.
You know, you speaking stuff out your mouth, and baby girl, whoo, it's awesome. I'm like, this girl is talking like I do every day.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to add to that is that what you said, and when you are connected to the earth and you connected to the seasons, you will know everything that you need to know regarding your body, because everything works according to the earth, the season, and the cosmos.
Yep.
That's why they do what they do. And to let women know, if they don't know, you are the creators. You are the manifestors of everything that you see. Subliminal, because many are out of their seasons or out of their place. The women have been manifesting things in this earth, and they use subliminal messages for the women to do it.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
A lot of people don't realize, like, when they do their spring cleaning, they're actually like kicking up more chaos, because that's when it should have been, that's when you're supposed to be flouncing around and stuff like that, and now here you go trying to dig up and drudge up stuff while you're wanting to have this beautiful spring and beautiful summertime, and you just want to be outside and stuff, but you got to deal with the stuff that's going on, or this happened and that happened. It's because you drudged it up at the wrong time. You're
Exactly.
gonna have to let that ride until it's time for it to fall again. And this also, like, I'm gonna be working with the 13 moon calendar coming up, because it's I can no longer fight not moving in what's happening outside of Earth. Like, what's happening in Earth is because of what we bring in, what we harmonize, and what we alchemize. But I can no longer be in a space of not moving according to divine in the cosmos and the cosmic energy, because we've been so off. We've been so trained to go against what's true and what's truth. And so actually being in the season, actually working with the 13th energy, actually working with the official start and ending of cycles is what the feminine actually, like Deborah was saying, is what we should be doing. And that is where the shift is going to happen for the collective, is when we actually literally get in alignment, in divine alignment, and still not go with the flow of, well, this is what this says, well, this is what that say. So that is very true. That is very true.
I really love that, Paris. And I too am inspired too, because even though, like, even for, you know what I'm saying, like my birthday, for an example, I know I'm a fucus.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But
Right. And I'm an Aquarius, but we be like, I'm Pisces. But I
see what I'm
really,
saying? Exactly.
I bridge the two because one, we decided to be here on earth. So you have to master here to then ascend. And I tell people all the time, you can ascend out of your birth chart. Like that's once you master what's the personalities and
That's the purpose.
all that stuff that you chose, now go into the cosmic side of it
Yes.
and what that's telling you so that you
Yes.
can now overstand what you're doing here.
Exactly. And, you know, I mean, because and everything aligns literally, you know what I'm saying? There's only 28 days in a month, y'all. All of this, you know what I'm saying, 30, 29, 30, 31, that's nonsense. It's all in alignment, you know what I'm saying, with, you know what I'm saying, this is why our menstrual cycle align, you know what I'm saying, with the courses of the moon. Pay attention. And so there was something else that you had just said, you and Deborah, and it just slipped my mind. It really just, and to the point, Paris, you mentioned about how people who are doing their spring they're cleaning during the spring season, they're kicking up a lot of chaos. Yes, that is true. And you know what I'm saying, then they turn around and they wonder why the harvest it's not bountiful. Because in kicking up all this chaos, number one, you know what I'm saying, this is what you're conjuring up because you're out of alignment. And everything that you've been planting, now that you are doing this cleaning out of season, you're killing it. You're plucking it up. So you can expect, you know what I'm saying, like this is, and it's crazy because this is the mass manipulation where they, you know what I'm saying, with the Gregorian calendar, with the whole notion of a spring cleaning so that you can spring, girl, listen, you supposed to been done that. That was supposed to already have been out the way in the fall so that come wintertime you can rest and recover from your work.
Right.
And then in the spring season, you are prepared and restored and regenerated to spring forward in divine alignment to your harvest in the summer.
That's why people be extra mad, like the dog days of summer and stuff like that, extra mad and, you know, all kind of stuff like that, as opposed to just riding the wave. Even the wave of things, you know, the frequency of what the frequency is supposed to be. It comes from us. We have to shift it.
Yes, and that's
You get a
also why a lot of
person.
people have seasonal, you know, this seasonal depression, especially, you know what I'm saying, come the winter time, because they are not doing their cleaning in season. So here you are stuck in the house, you know what I'm saying, you can't, you know what I'm saying, like a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, you start being at home a lot more. You know what I'm saying, instead of having that freedom to escape the discomforts of whatever is going on inside the house and stuff, as people like to do in the summertime. But when you are forced to be inside your house and now you got all of this clutter, well, what does clutter bring? Stagnation. What does stagnation bring?
Right.
Heaviness.
You want to eat to put yourself to sleep.
Yeah, heaviness, blockages, imbalance. And so that's a part of this whole suffering that a lot of people experience around the course of the wintertime, when really winter should be one of the most peaceful seasons that you're able to enjoy because you can rest.
Right.
Make it make sense, y'all. Like it makes no sense. But when you're doing things out of alignment, as I've said before, and when you're doing things out of season, there are consequences, you know what I'm saying, that you pay for, whether you know it or not. And this is how disease is formulated in the body and in the mind. You know, even to the notion of, you know what I'm saying, the calendar, you know what I'm saying, even beyond the scope of, you know what I'm saying, just the lunar calendar, just like Paris pointed out, the 13 lunar calendars, because 1 + 2 is 3. That's the number of collaboration. It's also a number of work and you know what I'm saying, like being in a working environment. being a busy bee and all of this other kind of stuff. But the number 13 goes back to the primordial, and it also goes back to the divine feminine, and it also goes back to the number 4, which is a number of balance and coherence, stability,
Foundations, right?
structure, security.
Right. What were you going to say, Amarel?
I was just going to say, we've done a course in Quantum Kingdom in October, the Spiral. And right after I finished that, I was called to do my cleaning and my rearranging and all of that then. And, and I did a lot of it, but I did wait on my garage. I told myself, oh, that could wait till the spring. And now I'm wishing that I would have just stuck with my intuition and just got it all done, and just not have stopped and got it all done. Because it totally makes sense. And I was following what I was being called to do, and and being in an alignment, knowing that this is the time to do it. This is the time to clean. It's not to wait for the spring. That was the time.
Yes, now is the time. Like, I mean, even for myself, and I'm so glad that you shared that, because that is still another reminder for me. Like, we're literally at the end of December, and here in Georgia, it's like 70 something degrees. And I'm grateful, you know what I'm saying, because it gives me the opportunity to go out there and finish my balcony, to which I will do immediately before the winter is out, because I'm not doing it in the springtime. It's over with. I will not, and I'm not going to be the one. I know myself. I have enough self-awareness. And see, this is where your boundaries and limitations, you know what I'm saying, are important. Because I have enough awareness for my own limitations to know that I don't have the mind to allow for whatever unfinished business is left around my house to put it off all the way until next fall. That will stir me.
Right. And then you'll know it's there,
Yeah.
So it's just nagging you, and it's sitting behind, what they say is behind the back of my mind. It's in the back of my mind. I got to get to this. I got to get to that.
Exactly.
And then we be in this hurry up energy when there is a flow to it.
There is a flow
is
to
a
it.
divine flow to it.
And you have to honor yourself in such a way as like think about this, y'all. Think about these Fortune 500 companies and even these successful small businesses. They are not sitting up here handling business on a whim like that. Now, things do come up last minute, right? But for the most part, when it comes to their blueprint, they are structured and organized. You're not going to just sit up here and call something in or send something over and expect for them to have it on demand like that. You see what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to something that is a big project. They're going to tell you, okay, give us a 72-hour turnaround time. Even Amazon, unless you're paying for Prime, you're going to wait a week to receive that delivery. Sometimes even 2 weeks around the holiday season. And so, you know what I'm saying, when you pay attention to these type of entities and stuff, take inventory of your life, take inventory of your habits, and especially hone in on how you treat yourself, and then ask yourself, you know what? Would I want somebody else to deal with me the way that I'm dealing with me right now? And how has it panned out for me? Is this really working for me?
Right.
And if it's something that you know you would not tolerate from an outside party, why would you tolerate it from yourself? That's not permissible in any facet or aspect of your life and at any time.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, and this is why, like, even in the reading earlier, there was so much emphasis on patience and giving yourself grace too, even though the word grace was not mentioned. But when you are learning to exist and to be different from what you were, there is, yeah, essentially there's a learning curve because you're having to grow into new shoes. You're having to cut new teeth. And then guess what? Now it's time to hit the ground running. You go from being the student to the teacher. And that requires, you know what I'm saying, a different way of being and existing in the world and a higher level of accountability and responsibility to yourself and to others. And you cannot rush perfection, but you also cannot delay to do the things that you are capable of doing, you know what I'm saying, in divine timing and in season. One of the scriptures, and I don't recall where it is about, but it talks about how, you know what I'm saying, don't put off what you can do today. And that is something, you know what I'm saying, even for myself, moving forward, I am exercising and implementing, and that's primarily one of the reasons why, you know what I'm saying, I've been able to be consistent in showing up on my lives or posting or coming on here and engaging in on others' lives, is holding myself accountable to that standard. Because it's not always that you're going to always have somebody that you can go to, that you know what I'm saying, that will be an accountability partner. You have to learn to be your primary accountability partner too. That is an obligation and a duty that you have to yourself. First and foremost, that is a form of self-love.
Facts. Just wanted that because
Yeah.
we were just talking about that. So yes, just more confirmation.
Yeah, you know, I mean, even with patience, like, you know, when you do things from a place of being rushed, there's so much that goes wrong. First of all, you forget things, you gloss over things, then you end up wasting time and energy and spending more time and energy doing the things to get to where you need to be, that had you just, you know what I'm saying, taken the time to be patient, you know what I'm saying, and prioritize the quality, you know what I'm saying, then you would get the end result with, you know what I'm saying, without over exhausting yourself and depleting yourself and wasting, you know what I'm saying, significant amount of time. And that's what comes to, that's a part of being disciplined, being patient in the things that you endeavor to realize, you know what I'm saying, in your life, the things that you are creating. You have to be patient with your process, patient with yourself too. Because that's a whole nother way to stir up unnecessary chaos, unnecessary confusion and uncertainty, raising your cortisol levels up. And none of that is necessary, especially in a time where a lot of us who have lived in those paradigms and primarily have operated in those paradigms are now having to learn how to come out of toxic masculinity, being overly masculine, and you know what I'm saying, and rebuild and heal our divine feminine and fully integrate the two.
Yep, absolutely.
That's another thing I'm just received. It cleaning in the proper time and allowing yourself time to rest and integrate will also help with some of that angst that spiritual beings, especially females,
Yes.
receive when they're wanting to step out. Once you can get all of that stuff out already, you'll feel more comfortable within the vessel to step out, to be seen, because you've already cleansed what was going on. You've already sat with it. You've already allowed the integration to happen in the lessons and the refinement, so that when it's time to shine, as we're talking about like spring and summer, you feel better. You feel like you've already allowed there to be a space made for you, for yourself to walk into, like clearing out that platform, so to speak, so that you can stand on that proverbial stage, because you've already done all that work. You've already cleansed and cleaned that out, especially like when you're cleaning and stuff like that. It's literally cleansing and cleaning your mental space. You know, cleansing and cleaning your mental space, like washing the dishes. And some people will get a lot of downloads and stuff washing the dishes when they're sweeping the floor, because it's spiritual cleansing and cleaning like that.
Yes, that is so true. And this is where, you know what I'm saying, creating those daily routines that become, you know what I'm saying, you start with your daily routines, and then your daily routines become your rituals, you know. And they are sacred and they are necessary. You know, and you pass these things down and you pass them on and keep them going. This is another way of shifting your paradigm. It's a whole nother way of doing that.
We talked about that in Quantum Kingdom, you know, paradigm shifting and switching and stuff like that. You know, when we was putting shoes on the opposite feet and writing things backwards and sleeping at the bottom of the bed and brushing your teeth with the other hand, all of that is that paradigm shifting. So absolutely, yeah, be sure to incorporate those things throughout the whole year. But it definitely take note of how big of a shift you should be doing so that it's in alignment, so you don't tear down your whole life at once.
Exactly. Like, pace yourself. You know, even like I had went through one time when I was working on shifting my paradigm, I wore my clothes inside out. All of them. You know, and it does work. I've even seen some people, you know what I'm saying, they would do something even on a subtle level, but it would be something that would, so like, this one person I saw, like she went the whole day wherever she needed to go. Whenever it came time for her to walk somewhere, she walked backwards. And it does work. It does make a difference.
Because I really liked doing the walking backwards and the brushing the teeth with the opposite hand. That really did the paradigm shift for me.
Yeah, I did the writing with the opposite hand, and when I write with my opposite hand, I do write backwards.
Oh, I do that all the time too. I like doing that. I do that all the time.
Yes, most definitely. On what y'all talking about? Paradigm shift. What is that? Essentially, like a paradigm shift is essentially where, you know what I'm saying, you are moving from one state or timeline of being and shifting into another. Shifting or elevating into another.
That you, like your habits, the things that you just always do, and doing something different changes your consciousness, and it starts to rewire your brain.
Yes.
Perceive things differently so that you're not stuck in the same loop.
Yes, and it's another form of also help, like yes, you're rewiring your brain and your nervous system. Your nervous system and reprogramming your subconscious mind. Because the primary job of your subconscious mind is to prove you right. Is to prove you right. And this is why the power of belief is so strong, because whatever you believe, that is what you manifest. You know what I'm saying? So I heard this one person say, you don't attract what you desire, you attract what you are. That is what the universe will mirror back to you, what you are. That is what you can expect to receive from the universe, is what you are. So even for those of us, for example, who have, you know what I'm saying, experienced, like, for example, narcissistic abuse. Well, it may not necessarily be that you were a narcissist, but what it was doing was mirroring back to you all the ways in which you were not loving yourself and you were over giving to people and giving to the wrong people who were not deserving. So it was mirroring to you ways in which you did not value yourself, and you were looking for that value external to self to redirect you back to source and to heal those things within yourself. That is that whole narcissistic empath paradigm. Yeah. Because there's a reason why opposites attract. Because even for the empath and the narcissist, so oftentimes people, focus on, what the empath's lesson is in self-love, but there is also, duality there, because the empath is always mirroring to the narcissist all the ways in which they are not loving themselves. And how they seek, love from outside of self. And all it is it really is two of the same kind on the opposite spectrum. Having to learn the same lesson just in a different way, from a different perspective, from a different frequency.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to hear about the where the empath has to shift. You might not have necessarily chose that narcissist, but if you pointed out there's things within yourself you're not doing, constantly enabling. How are you enabling yourself? What are the things that you're not willing to move on that you should? How are you not loving yourself? The narcissists feel like they have to go, like you said, outside of themselves to seek that validation. And where's the woundings at? And then the empath, knowing that they see the wounding, but not speaking to it because they don't want to feel alone or abandoned. So it's the constant mirroring, like with your south node versus your north node. Everything is that balance here.
It is, and you hit the nail on the head with that, because it really is, like the thing is that nobody wakes up and says, you know what, I think I want to be in love with a narcissist.
Right.
Nobody wakes up and says that. But just like Paris said, because here's the thing, oftentimes, with the empath, you already see the red flags, you already know the cycle because you've already been through the pattern before. But you turn around and you literally gaslight yourself into choosing this particular individual because they feel familiar and comfortable, because it fulfills that need, that false need anyways, that says, you know what, as long as somebody needs me, then it's safe to love. Being that people pleaser, and as long as they need me and I can fulfill their needs and I can perform, for validation, then I'm of good service, I'm a good person, and they'll never leave me. But that never happens. You go through the cycle over and over and over and over again until you learn the lesson. And guess what? If you get rid of that narcissist and you didn't do the healing, you didn't learn the lessons, another one will come in and you will continue to choose them.
Right. And then they'll be like, why am I always with the same kind of person? And or it's, oh, I can handle them. I can handle them. Oh, I know what I went through last time. And I see a bit of that, but I can handle that. No, you're lying.
You're lying to, you're gaslighting yourself.
So that person is about to lie to you.
Yeah, and and it's even worse because you're doing the work for them. You made it even that more easier. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can't, and I've been guilty of it myself too. And especially, and especially because, of my relationship with my father. I had parental wounds. Yeah. I had abandonment wounds from my mother. And then I had, the whole notion of narcissistic abuse from my father's side. And nobody could fix me, nobody could heal me except for me. And I had to really sit down and take a look at how the partners that I chose, you know what I'm saying, whether platonic or romantic, even in my friend circle, how they reflected and mirrored those wounds back to me. And when I got tired of, you know what I'm saying, putting up with, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, putting up with my own mess that I created, because it's not a matter of you putting up with their mess, you're allowing it. You're enabling it. You're inviting it and welcoming it. So you have to really, you know what I'm saying, look at yourself, because people cannot do to you what you do not consent. You do not have to accept every gift that is offered to you. You can reject the gift, and every gift is not to be accepted. Because what's in that package is not what you want. But if you sit up there and tell yourself and feed yourself these lies that, oh, well, you deserve this because this is the best that you can do, or this is the only thing that you've ever known and experienced, then you inadvertently continue to tell the universe, hey, yeah, send more of that. And you can't get mad. This is why your thoughts and your perceptions and your beliefs and the way you articulate yourself is vital. Stop giving your time and your energy and your mind over to things that are not in alignment with what your soul, you know what I'm saying, it wants and what you know you deserve. And if you don't have clarity on the things that you want and deserve, well, guess what? Now's the time during this time of rest to be getting clarity on that, and to be doing that in that shadow work and that internal work. And being around different environments and different women who know what they worth are, so that they can reflect that and mirror it back to you. And through observing and watching them, you can exchange, you can gravitate and adopt that same type of energy for yourself.
And be okay being around women that's going to call it out, feminine energies, even for masculine, that's going to call it out, but then help you with it,
Yeah, you have to be okay.
You might not know exactly where that last little piece, that last little thing is at. What's that last little thing? I've gotten everything else, but this last little bit. And, be okay being around energies that can show you, where that's at, and that can stand in the gap for you while you are working on it and healing through it. So you can let go of those cycles, but it does start with really looking at, when did you first deny yourself? When did you first go against yourself? Because that's what it really is. When did you first go against yourself?
When did you first betray yourself? Yeah.
When you were little, when you were young, that person pushed you down and you knew you should have busted them in their face, but you decided to just still be friends with them because you don't know why, things like that. So it takes some time and healing, but be okay being around energies that are going to help you see that. And you take accountability for it, because a lot of times you'll see it, you'll receive the advice, you'll go from person to person asking what should you do, how to do it, and then you don't do it. And then you go try to do something else. Take accountability, even if it doesn't feel good. Take accountability for it.
Yep. Because honestly, it's more difficult trying to do it on your own, and there are things that other people can see in us that we may not be privy to or even conscious of, that somebody else can come along and say, you know what, I see this in you. And instead of being so quick to be on the defense or trying to hide everything all the time, take time to, you know what I'm saying, consider, okay, is it a possibility that this thing, even though it's unpleasant, could be true about me? I need to take a closer look at that. Because you in a bad way. If you ain't got nobody around you that's gonna tell you the truth about yourself, you in a bad way. A friend is a friend, you know what I'm saying? A friend is a confidant in the time of adversity, yes. And adversity also, you know what I'm saying, is true externally and internally. That is a real thing. Your friends should be able to tell you the truth. Like, look, sis, you tripping. Sis, you need to tighten up on this, that, and the third. And you should be able to tell them that. And it should not have to be, you know what I'm saying, no overarching, you know what I'm saying, conflict or competition and, you know what I'm saying, of tearing each other down. There is a way to speak life into each other and to speak in such a way that it is edifying to the soul, it is edifying to the spirit, it is edifying to the mind and body without tearing each other down. And closing up your bowels of compassion one to another.
I was on a panel of ladies that had been hurt, and so they were male bashing. And I explained to them that men are a reflection of the woman. And so if you hate or smate them, you feel that same way about yourself. And so I've expressed to them, you need to go get some healing, do self-healing for yourself, or go see a psychiatrist. You have to deal with those childhood traumas. You have to deal with taking ownership of yourself. And as I go around the platforms, this panel right here is the only panel that's not male bashing. This is the only panel that I have seen that is talking about spirituality. We're no longer in the physical. You have to connect with your spiritual self to get through this process. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much for sharing, Deborah. Because, you know, and that's the primary thing for me. Like, and I absolutely do agree with you. I'm over, you know what I'm saying, like this whole red pill, blue pill community of bashing each other, bashing the opposite sex. Y'all, it is past due for us to graduate collectively from that timeline. And in the same way, you know what I'm saying, and it's not to say that, you know what I'm saying, to sit up here and enable each other to continue in the old ways at all. But we have to have that same compassion and that same patience, you know what I'm saying, and support, you know what I'm saying, that we want and we are expecting, you know what I'm saying, from men. We have to give it to ourselves first, you know what I'm saying, because they are going to reflect that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to sit up here. That doesn't mean you have to entertain somebody, you know what I'm saying, or give to somebody that is necessarily, you know what I'm saying, wounded, and it's just coming in to take, and to inflict, you know what I'm saying, hurt and trauma to you. No, you don't have to do that. But it does mean that you don't have to sit up here and turn around and break that person down even more. The goal is to encourage each other and to inspire each other to healing and to edifying and to change, and to positive transformation and reformation and restructure of, you know what I'm saying, our relationship dynamics, our family dynamics, our environments that we dwell in, whether it be work or home, within and without, above and below, about and all around, before and behind. And so we can't do that if we're always, you know what I'm saying, when we are going around, you know what I'm saying, and focusing, you know what I'm saying, and putting more derogatory and low vibrational information and communication out there, because everything, it just like the scriptures say, in the power of the tongue, life and death are in the power of the tongue. You can dead a situation, and you can breathe life into it, and you can give life to a situation. And when you are wise, the words that come from your mouth are going to be of such that is edifying. "333 on the clock." Okay. You are on the absolute path of true. Thank you so much, True Production. Does anybody have any more questions or any feedback, any input? The floor is certainly open. Okay, your phone is dying, sis. Okay, no worries. I'm getting ready to end the live. If everybody has said their piece, or if there's anything else.
I don't have any questions on my end. I just want you just grateful for you. That's all.
I can't hear you. You breaking up. You sound muffled.
I'm just grateful. That's all. No more questions. I'm just grateful for you.
Thank you so much. And I'm grateful for y'all. Y'all keep me going and y'all keep me inspired. And listen, if there's ever any particular subject that you guys want to discuss, my inbox is open for suggestions. I am absolutely open for topics. Anything that is on your mind, if you want to keep it discreet, you know what I'm saying, but you want to have a live discussion on a particular matter, we can do that. And I will keep, you know what I'm saying, your identity, you know what I'm saying, confidential. You don't have to worry about that. But that is what I'm here for, okay? So, you know what I'm saying, hit up my inbox, hit up my DM. Again, if any of you are interested in one-on-one readings or spiritual consultations or mentorship, I'm here and I'm available. You can hit me in my live inbox. And again, if any of you are not in Quantum Kingdom, please make sure that you subscribe. The link is actually in my bio and on my page. The link is in my bio on my page. You can become a member today and be aligned with a beautiful Soul Tribe family that is gifted and talented. Okay? So I wish you all love, success, and serendipity. Continue on your healing journey. Let's see, it is 5:36, y'all. I cannot believe I have been live for this long.
Gratitude to you, Sarai.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And gratitude to all of you. I will be back on here at 9. I'm gonna give myself a good 3.5, 4 hour rest. And then I will jump back on around 9:30 on my Being is Enough page. And I will see y'all then, okay? Peace.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right,
Peace.
much love.